$150. 10 ദിവസത്തിനാട്ടോ എഴുതിയിരിക്കണം. തിരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് തരുന്നു. എന്നിട്ട് റിട്ടേൺ എടുത്തതാ. മരുന്നൊക്കെ മാറ്റി ആരേനെ തരുന്നു. എടുത്തേക്ക് മാറ്റി പഠിക്കണമെന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു.
പഠിക്കണോട്ടോ ജയിക്കണോട്ടോ. ഒരു 2 സ്റ്റെപ്പ് ചെവിയിലൊക്കെ എന്താന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത് എന്തോ മറ്റേ
അവര് രാവിലെ കൊണ്ടുപോയില്ല. എടാ ആൽഡോണില് 150. രാവിലെ ഒന്നും അല്ലേ എഴുതിയേക്കണില് 10 ഒന്നൊന്നല്ലേ എഴുതിയേക്കണേ. 100 എന്നല്ലേ എഴുതിയേക്കണേ. അത് 100 ആണെങ്കിൽ രാവിലെ 001 ഒരു ആണോ?
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Adult Faculty Development Program. Before moving to the formal session, let me tell you the general instructions for FDP. Please ensure a stable internet connection to avoid disruptions during the sessions. Mute your microphone during the sessions unless requested to unmute. Actively participate in discussions and ask questions through the chat or during designated question and answer sessions. Keep a notebook handy to jot down important points for the evaluation test. Please adhere to these instructions to ensure a smooth and productive FDP experience. Union Christian College, ALUVA, Kerala State, is a prestigious educational institution located in Kerala, South India. Established in 1921, the college was founded as a center for higher education through a collaborative effort of four major non-Catholic Christian denominations in South India. The founders, including Professor K.C. Chacko, Professor C.P. Matthew, and Professor V.M. Itira, three students of Madras Christian College, were guided by the belief that the human spirit transcends sectarian boundaries. They envisioned an educational experience that nurtures the body, mind, and soul, emphasizing the importance of genuine interaction between teachers and students beyond the confines of the curriculum. In 2001, the Union Christian College Association established a technical institute approved by the All India Council for Technical Education. This institute offers the MCA program and is affiliated with Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, with a sanctioned intake of 120 students per year. The college was accredited with A++ grade in the fifth cycle of assessment by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council in 2024. So let's begin the formal session. It's our absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the Adult Online 6-day Faculty Development Program on exploring the role of artificial intelligence in the evolving media landscape and rural entrepreneurship. The program is intended to explore the latest trends in AI-driven media content creation and its applications in rural entrepreneurship. AI is revolutionizing the way we create and managing digital content. AI tools generate personalized content, optimize workflows, and enhance creative processes. This initiative has been designed to enhance the professional development of faculty members, and we are incredibly excited to have you here today as part of this enriching experience. Before we proceed, we would like to express our gratitude to the Adult Academy, the organizing committee, and all involved in making this event possible. Now, to begin our inaugural session, it's our honor to invite our esteemed Head of Department, Mrs. Sharna Mohan, to deliver the welcome address and formally welcome all our participants, distinguished guests, and faculty members. Let us start the session with a prayer. Now, to begin our inaugural session, it's an honor to invite our esteemed Head of Department, Mrs. Sharna Mohan, to deliver the welcome address and formally welcome all our participants, distinguished guests, and faculty members. Ma'am, please.
Very good evening, one and all. Respected dignitaries, esteemed resource persons, and dear participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the AICTE-sponsored Atal online 6-day faculty development program on exploring the role of artificial intelligence in the evolving media landscape and rural entrepreneurship, organized by School of Computer Applications, Union Christian College, ALUVA. This program is to bridge the gap between cutting-edge technology and practical applications in media and entrepreneurship, particularly in rural context. Let me enter into my duty to welcome you all to this FTP. It's with immense pride and privilege that I welcome our esteemed speaker and chief guest, Mr. Rajan Bedi, to the inaugural session of the Atal Online 6-Day Faculty Development Program. He is an experienced leader with 20 plus years of experience in business acquisition, pre-sales large deals, M&A for engineering and R&D services, and IT outsourcing service provider companies, etc. Sir, we are truly honored by your presence and eagerly look forward to your inaugural address. I extend a warm welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome an esteemed academician and respected figure in the field of computer science, Dr. Santosh Kumar Gopalan, Professor, Department of Computer Science, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kochi, for this special occasion. I extend a warm welcome you, sir, to this Atal FTP. It is with great honor and delight that I extend a warm welcome to Dr. K.P. Ausep, retired IFS, Manager of Union Christian College, Alway, to this online Atal FTP. Dr. K.P. Ausep, a distinguished interview coach and mentor with extensive experience as an IFS officer. He was the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Chairman in the Interview Board at Staff Selection Commission. He managed the Plantation Corporation of Kerala as Managing Director, pioneering the state's first farm tourism project. Now he currently serves as the manager of UC College, ALUVA. A warm welcome you, sir, to this Atal FTP. It's my privilege and pleasure to welcome Dr. Mini Alice, Principal of Union Christian College, Alway, to this online Atal FTP. Her commitment to holistic education and her dedication to empowering faculty and students alike are truly inspiring. I extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. It's my honor and pleasure to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Sibu M. Ipan, Professor of Union Christian College, to this online Atal FTP. He is a respected academic and administrative leader whose contributions to the growth and development of Union Christian College have been remarkable. A warm welcome you, sir, to this Atal FTP. Now I extend a hearty welcome to all the participants and my esteemed colleagues to this online Atal FTP. We are privileged to have among us an incredible lineup of speakers and experts who will guide us over the next 6 days, sharing their invaluable insights and experiences. Their expertise will undoubtedly shed light on the dynamic potential of artificial intelligence to revolutionize the way we communicate, create content, and empower rural economies. Once again, a warm welcome to each one of you. I wish you all a productive and inspiring week ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm welcome address. We are truly grateful for the time and effort you have dedicated to making this faculty development program a success. Your leadership and support mean a great deal to all of us, and we look forward to the enriching sessions ahead, guided by the vision you have shared with us. Once again, thanks for the welcome, ma'am. We are privileged to have with us today our respected principal, Dr. Mini Alice, to join us for the presidential address. Dr. Mini Alice's unwavering commitment to academic excellence and her continuous support have made a profound impact on our institution and this faculty development program. Dr. Mini Alice has been a constant source of inspiration and support, guiding us with her vision and commitment to academic excellence. We welcome you, ma'am, for the presidential address.
Mr. Rajan Bedi, Consultant and former Chief of Staff and Global Head of Sales Transformation, Sorin Solutions Private Limited, Delhi. Dr. K.P. Ausep, retired IFS Manager, Union Christian College, Aluva. Dr. Sibu M. Pen, Barsar, Union Christian College, Aluva. Dr. Santosh Kumar Gopalan, Professor, Department of Computer Science, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Dr. Sharna Mohan, HOD MCA, dear faculty members and participants of this seminar, warm good evening to all. Union Christian College, established in 1921 by four young visionaries and educationalists who were all students and teachers of Madras Christian College. The institution started its academic journey with a junior intermediate course with an enrollment of 64 students and 6 teachers in a rented building and later shifted to Kacheri Maliga donated by the Maharaja of Travancore. In 1925, while visiting the campus, Mahatma Gandhi made this remark in the visitor's diary, delighted with the ideal situation. The college now has 16 UG programs, 14 PG programs, and 11 research centers. Around 2,700 students have enrolled for degree and PG courses. 86 PhD scholars are doing research in various disciplines under 40 research gates, and more than 130 PhDs were awarded so far. 2 patents were granted to the faculty and researchers of this institution, and 5 patent applications are under process. Union Christian College started the MCA program in 2001 with 30 students. I would like to congratulate the coordinators and faculty for organizing this FTP program on artificial intelligence. I am sure that it will be helpful to faculty for updating on new advancements related to artificial intelligence and connect it with media studies and rural entrepreneurship. With the rapid development in technology, AI has become an inevitable part of our daily lives in the form of chatbots, social media, writing tools, navigation apps, smart home devices, and voice assistants. It has already made an impact on healthcare, education, shopping, and transportation. The media landscape is one area in which AI has huge potential in terms of personalized news feed, automated journalism, and enhanced storytelling in the rural entrepreneurship. AI provides easy market access, skill development, and precision agriculture. However, it is crucial to address the challenges such as data privacy, security, job displacement, etc., and ensure that the development and deployment of AI technologies in these areas are guided by ethical principles. Once again, I would like to congratulate the MCA department for choosing such a relevant topic. I hope this program will be fruitful for all the participants and wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mini Alice, for your inspiring and encouraging words. Your support and guidance are truly motivating, and they add immense value to our journey of growth and development. Glad to tell that there are more than 300 people, those who are engaged in the meeting from various countries. So let's move to the inaugural session. It is with great respect and admiration that we invite Mr. Rajan Bedi, consultant and former head of sales transformation, Saurian Solutions Private Limited, Delhi, for the inaugural address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, and enthusiastic participants. 300 of you from many countries. It's my privilege to be here with all of you today, and extremely pleased to see this 6-day program centered on exploring the role of artificial intelligence involving media and rural landscapes. Comes at a time when technology is reshaping our world at an unprecedented pace. So, coming to this topic specifically, AI is one confined to be science fiction, but it's a reality now, and it has a transformative force to influence every aspect of our life. So, like ma'am said, from media to healthcare, education, agriculture, and entertainment, it is enabling innovation that are imaginable a decade ago. Coming to India, you would be aware that a lot of technology companies are investing big time in artificial intelligence for media content startups and entrepreneurs with a focus on areas like personal content creation, video editing, content moderation, audience analytics. And you would be familiar with the names of the tech giants like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Reliance Jio, along with several Indian venture capitalist firms who are now funding these ventures. So, just coming to a recent announcement by the cha- chairman and CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, right? I think this happened a couple of days back in Bangalore, where Microsoft has committed to invest over $300 billion in India for cloud and AI infrastructure. They have shared a comprehensive plan to skill about 10 million people by 2030 and set up labs, data centers, and a whole lot of other work, which is going to take place to make India a leader in AI space. Coming to private equity firms, who have a way and knows of figuring out where the money is going, there are a lot of investments happening from Atal Partners, Secure Capital, Caterman Ventures, to name a few, in the space of AI-powered media startups, and more of it is yet to come. So, as participants of this faculty development program, you are at the forefront of shaping the future. Your role in imparting knowledge, fostering innovation, and mentoring the next generation leaders is pivotal. I'd like to conclude my speech by saying that uh, the convergence of AI, media, and rural development presents an unparalleled opportunity to create a more equitable, informed, and prosperous society. Let's embrace this transformative era with curiosity, courage, and commitment. Together, we can ensure that AI becomes a force for good, bridging divides and unlocking potential across every corner of our nation. So, thank you for this opportunity, and I wish you a productive and enlightening 6-day journey in this program. Thanks.
Thank you so much for inspiring and insightful words. Your words have set a positive and motivating tone for this FDP. It's now a privilege to invite our respected manager, Dr. K.P. Ausip, a distinguished interview coach and mentor with extensive experience as an IAS officer. He was the principal chief conservator of forests, chairman of the interview board at the Staff Selection Commission, managed the Plantation Corporation of Kerala as managing director, pioneering the state's first farm tourism project. His leadership, wisdom, and continuous support have been instrumental in the successful organization of this FDP, and we are truly grateful for his guidance. Welcome you, sir. Sir, can you hear, sir?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. It is audible.
Okay. Respected Rajan Bedi, dear Principal of Union Christian College, Mini Alice, faculty members who have joined for this FDP program, and students who have joined for this program, faculty members of MCA Department of Union Christian College, and all dignitaries. I'm very thankful to AICTE for allotting this course to our MCA department. And I hope this will be immensely useful for the participants. Moreover, for UC College, this is the 24th. We are entering the 25th year of our MCA program, and this is the best opportunity to celebrate our anniversary, 25th anniversary. So I am very, very thankful to AICTE for this course and all the faculty members, distinguished faculty members who have agreed to take classes for the students. So this course, let it be useful to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We sincerely thank you for taking the time to join us and for sharing your inspiring words. Dr. Santosh Kumar Gopalan is a professor and syndicate member at Cochin University of Science and Technology. He has an experience of 24 years and his areas of interest are cyber-physical systems, computer vision, and natural language processing. He is a specialist in free software and e-content development. We welcome you, sir, for the felicitation.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I was waiting to be unmuted. Now you can hear me, right? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine, yeah. So good afternoon to all of you, dear dignitaries and dear teachers and dear participants. I'm very happy to be the part of this FDP on role of AI in evolving media landscape on rural entrepreneurship. This is a well thought idea, and I was going through the speakers and the topics that is being curated for this FDP. It's well curated, and I think this will be giving a lot of idea how we can utilize AI for starting the business, entrepreneurship, startups, whatever it is. So it contains a lot of ideas. So I congratulate the organizers who have won the Atal FDP at UC College, ALUVA. And my warm greetings to the UC College on their occasion of the Silver Jubilee celebrations. I just wanted to point out two things. One is India is celebrating its Space X mission. So all of you might have read in newspapers, India was successful in docking spacecraft. I think 2 days before, right? They have successfully done that. And after US and China and Russia, India is actually coming up with this technology. So in 1990s, we used to hear in the radio that today the fisherman should not go to the for fishing because there is a spacecraft mission that has been conducting in the Tumba space station. So, but from there, actually, India has grown up, and now we are at par with any developed country. So, in the same line, basically, AI technology is going to affect the entire globe, right? And how to tap this AI technology. And India has done a lot of things. They have introduced even AI topics in schools, as well as they're giving a lot of there are a lot of avenues which gives a lot of training in this technology. And this FDP, I think it will be giving a more idea about how we can utilize this technology so that we can create more number of entrepreneurs and more number of startups, etc. So there is one book by Peter Thiel. Its title is 0 to 1. So the author is actually the founder of PayPal. You might have heard PayPal services. So it says that you have to rethink the business from the scratch, and you have to create solutions where there were none before. So that is the implication of that title, 0 to 1. So with this technology, are we able to create such business which is going to disrupt the entire space that we select, right? So I think this 6-day workshop, FDP, will give you a lot of ideas. Brilliant speakers are lined up. So maximally utilize this opportunity, and I wish all the participants all the best. And once again, I congratulate UC College for selecting this theme and inviting us to interact with the participants. Thank you very much.
We are deeply honored and humbled by this felicitation. Thank you, sir. We are eagerly awaiting for your upcoming session today. We are delighted to welcome our bursar, Dr. Sibu M. Ipan, for the felicitation. He has continually demonstrated exceptional dedication and leadership in managing resources effectively to support our academic and administrative goals. We welcome you, sir.
Good evening to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Respected dignitaries and delegates, first of all, I would like to convey my gratitude for inviting me to the inaugural session of this FDP. The field of study chosen for this program is of utmost contemporary value. I have come to understand that all the resource persons identified for this program are eminent scholars and very proficient in the area of study. I am not an expert in the field of AI. However, let me mention a few things. Artificial intelligence is transforming all areas of life today. We can use AI to improve the health sector, agriculture sector, etc. The spread of AI can greatly alleviate human suffering, especially in rural areas. Above all, the advancement of AI can revolutionize the media sector. This is also the topic that our FDP focuses on. The digital world is going through a problematic way today. We need to discuss the benefits of AI as well as its challenges in connection with the media transactions. Another point to mention is about knowledge updation. There is no doubt that teachers are a specific group that needs to keep updating the knowledge at a rapid pace. That is the major relevance of this program. 25 years ago, when I was a school teacher, I told my students about the possibility of the internet, but they found it difficult to understand it. But today's generation is not like that. Students are sitting before us with an intellectual readiness that is tuned to understand even the most amazing thing with ease. However, the education system followed in our country for a long time was to impart the theoretical knowledge only. Practical knowledge was given a secondary position here. If this continues during the period of artificial intelligence, the people here will become a society that only buys technology, and we will not be able to participate in the knowledge production. We should also keep this in mind. The distinctive feature of this FDP is that it explores the role of artificial intelligence in rural entrepreneurship. I would like to take this opportunity to wish the MCA department of UC College to lead it and create a model of the intellectual world. I conclude by wishing that this program will help to recharge all the delegates, especially teachers. I congratulate the coordinators of this program. I once again convey all my best wishes for the success of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply grateful for the felicitation, which reflects your kindness and unwavering commitment to nurturing excellence. Thank you for your ongoing support and for being an integral part of this occasion. As we come to the close of today's formal session, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests, speakers, and participants for your valuable time and contributions. Your presence and insights have made this occasion truly special. Now, without further delay, let's begin the first session of this exciting learning experience. We encourage all of you to actively participate, engage with the speakers, and make the most of this opportunity. Thank you once again for joining, and we look forward to a productive and inspiring session. We look forward to engaging in meaningful discussions, sharing valuable insights, and gaining new perspectives over the next few days. We believe that this faculty development program will foster collaboration and help us all advance in our academic and professional journeys. We kindly request everyone to turn on their video so we can capture a group photo. We kindly request everyone to turn on their video so we can capture a group photo. You may now turn off your videos. So let's move on to our sessions. We are moving to the first session of our FDP on revolutionizing the content creation and entrepreneurship with artificial intelligence. It will be handled by Mr. Rajan Bedi, consultant and former head of sales transformation. Mr. Rajan Bedi is an experienced leader with 20 plus years of experience in business acquisition, pre-sales large deals, M&A for engineering and R&D services, and IT outsourcing service provider company with experience in sales revenue acceleration for private equity portfolio companies. At Sorient, as the consultant and former head of sales transformation, led the strategic sales hiring, strategic accounts program for the top 20 accounts, working with consulting firms for account growth. On behalf of all the participants, we welcome you to handle the session. Sir, please.
Can you confirm if the same is visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yeah, Mr. George, if you could confirm my presentation is visible on the screen.
So the PPT is not visible now.
1 second. Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you see it? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can see it.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So the session I'm going to be talking about is, the topic is revolutionizing content creation. Okay. And rural entrepreneurship with artificial intelligence. So here are quotes from two famous personalities all of you are familiar with. One is Tim Cook, who was the CEO of Apple, and Sundar Pichai, who was the CEO of Alphabet, right? It's pretty obvious that what these two gentlemen are saying is very profound and very true. So after, it has a profound impact on humanity. Uh, Fire, electricity, and internet. Next is AI. So I completely agree with these two gentlemen. And coming into the agenda for my presentation, these are the 7 areas I will be covering today. Drivers for AI adoption in content creation, customer ask from content creators, content delivery, cycle impact of AI, and impact on enterprise, and then a summary. So content has many forms, okay, and it is across as is visible from this slide. It's ebooks or images or newsletters or social media, mobile presentations, videos, sound, and it is AR, VR, right? Hmm. So coming to drivers for AI for adoption in content creation space, who are asking, who take this, that they want higher amount of personalization, content delivery across multiple platforms. They want this done in a cost-efficient manner, and for content creators, it is saving time on editing, formatting, reducing labor costs. AI enables you to do a lot of these things. Also becoming a game of speed and efficiency on how quickly you're able to create content, turn it around using AI tools. Personalization is at scale. So there's a lot of dynamic content generation also which take place, and a lot of AI analysis on customer data which needs to be tailored. So improved quality assurance is also happening on the quality of content. There are AI tools which ensure that what you create is grammatically accurate, the tone and consistency is there, and compliance is there with the brand guidelines. Enhanced creativity. So, it is not about only themes, visuals, and alternative approaches, but tools like you would have heard these names like Chat GPT and DALL-E create drafts, scripts, and visuals. I'm a big user of Chat GPT, and a lot of the presentation I've made is at least 80% of has come out from ideas which I've pulled out from Chat GPT by doing the right amount of prompt queries. There's also demand for data-driven insights, and of course, you need to stay competitive here in this business. So a lot of your competition is leveraging AI in a big way to be innovative and work at scale. So I talked about faster turnaround times, personalization. Also, we are looking at omni-channel presence, right? So content has to be delivered across social media, blogs, podcasts, video platforms. Then if you are a content creation company and a entrepreneur with limited resources and limited budgets, it's a good way of leveraging AI tools to acquire a lot of these capabilities, which otherwise would have had a investment in people and increase your costs and budgets. Again, coming to, a lot of the customers are also asking about interactive and immersive content, right? So with uh, companies like Facebook and Google and Microsoft doing big investments in AR, VR, and gamification, live streaming, retail companies also looking at stores of the future, and you are able. There are websites by which you can go to the company's websites and get a retail experience. And if you have used AR, VR, uh, it is a completely different three-dimensional world to be in. So I just move on to the next slide. Okay, I've covered these topics. So If I'm coming to content delivery types, right? So, content can be delivered across text, it can be visual content, it can be video content, it can be audio content. So, there are some examples which are mentioned out here. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with them. And these are just four content delivery mediums, but there are more and beyond this. There is interactive content like quizzes, polls, surveys. I spoke about in immersive content, which is AR, VR, 360-degree videos and simulations. Then there is, of course, user-generated content. Okay, testimonials, social media posts, community contributions, and then there is dynamic content. Okay, like personalized email campaigns, dynamic website elements, location-specific ads. And platforms for delivery can be websites or blogs, social media platforms. So a lot of content delivery is having taking place through Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. I'm sure most of you are using it, and there's TikTok and Pinterest, of course. Interesting conversation on what happens in US on TikTok, although it's already banned in India. And then there are video hosting programs. So I have couple of friends or entrepreneurs who are running businesses by providing marketing services using a lot of technology and AI tools. Then, of course, a lot of delivery is also happening through podcasts, right? So, whether it's Spotify for music streaming or podcasts for ebooks or listening to people or audio platforms. So, there's a big market for content delivery over podcasts. Then, of course, classical email marketing platforms still continue. And then search engines are also having a big play here. Uh, Streaming platforms, you would be aware of Netflix, Disney, Amazon Prime, right? So all of all the TVs we have at home have a classical, content delivery which is taking place through the normal channels, and then of course there's the connection through internet to Netflix, Disney, Amazon Prime, and Hulu, right? So there's a huge amount of content delivery taking here in terms of news, programs, sports, and serials, right? So it is good revenue earning opportunities which did not exist maybe 10, 12 years back. Nobody knew about streaming platforms or, what is the business potential with these platforms. Then, of course, there is e-commerce platform which most of us use. Learning management systems. A lot of people nowadays are doing training through Coursera, Udemy, Teachable. Either it's free content or if it's quality content, then it's subscribed and subscribed, right? So there is opportunity for content creation and delivery out here. And then, of course, messaging apps also. WhatsApp used to be just a messaging platform, but it is expanding its services to fintech and other mediums also. So coming to content creation lifecycle and impact of AI, I've just summarized this at a high level. At what are the stages for content creation? Okay, it runs across ideation, content strategy, review and approvals, distribution, promotion, consumptions, performance analytics, optimization, and then of course maintenance and updates. So we'll see how at each of the stage what activities happen and what is the impact of AI at each of these stages. So ideation, all of you are familiar. It is basically objective definition, audience analysis, brainstorming, and content strategy would involve your plan themes, formats, and platforms for distribution. So the tools which some of you might be familiar, which are all AI tools which could be leveraged are some of the names are mentioned here, like BuzzSumo, which is identifying trending topics and content ideas, answer the public finds popular questions. ChatGPT is generative AI, right? So you can use it for prompt engineering, for doing a lot of research, getting information, getting content, headlines. And then, of course, people are familiar with Google Trends. Then there is Phrase.io, which suggests content ideas based on keyword analysis. Then coming to content strategy, this involves the stages of persona development, content calendar management, channel recommendation, and predictive analytics. And AI can be leveraged across all these four stages. There are some examples I will share on how this is done. So some of you would be familiar with HubSpot marketing. Offers insights for building personas. Market Muse provides AI-driven content strategies. Clearbit enhances the audience segmentation. Basically, how the above work is, they automate persona creation by analyzing your CRM and social media data. Use predictive analytics to identify high potential content topics. Then, of course, there are stages of content creation, which is your concept development, producing the content using tools like cameras or software or AI platforms or graphics. Then the content which is created goes to review and approval, which is editing, compliance checks, and stakeholder approvals. There are tools available which can help you out here. So tools like Write Sonic can create drafts for blogs. Canvas Magic Design assists with creating visuals. So I've used Canvas extensively. Okay, I use it for making presentations. It's got amazing graphics. It gives you themes. It gives you complete design of the presentation, and the visual representations are extremely good. Then there are things like DALI and Synthesia, right? With Synthesia, you can create AI-powered video content. So you would have heard of, AI-based videos and content with avatars, right? So I have created my own avatar, and it is fun to play around with it. And then, of course, you can do voiceovers. Uh, then coming to review and approval, if you want to check the quality of the content, if you want compliance verification, if you want feedback integration and sentiment analysis, all this can be done by using. There is a normal way of doing it, but of course, you can use people to do it in your teams, but you can also leverage AI to get this done. So here are some tools which I mentioned, like Grammarly, ProWriting, Acronyx, Sentiment Analysis APIs, right? How the above work is, they automate quality assurance for grammar tone and readability, and then ensure compliance with brand and legal standards. Then coming to the stage of distribution and promotion, this will involve your platform selection, whether it is social media, websites, OTT platforms, and then optimizing this content for each of these platforms. Okay, uh, and then plan publishing. So distribution would also involve, once you have a distribution in place, how do you promote? So are you using market campaigns? Are you using influencers? And influencers is big business, right? So a lot of people on YouTube and other mediums on web are, having very good large number of followers and huge potential to make money on being influencers. So then there is, of course, engagement and cross promotion. So here are some tools which can be used for distribution, like Hotsuite. There is Buffer, And how it works, it schedules posts when your audience is most active. So that is the way the outreach is correct and the impact is higher. It optimizes headlines. It can take care of meta description and hashtags. Then coming to consumption and analytics, this is the audience interaction part. Analyze how audience consumes and interacts with the content. So you get feedback on reactions, reviews, and insights. And then, of course, you can put matrices which like views, shares, conversions, and ROI. How do you measure them in terms of the impact created? So some of the tools which can be used for real-time analytics are Chartbeat and Clicky. And then if you want to look at predictive analytics, you can use HubSpot or IBM Watson Analytics, Microsoft Power BI. Some of these tools, are available freely. Some of the tools are paid. Some you'll have to subscribe. So it depends on what your business model is and what your budget able to invest is. Then there are the stage of sentiment and feedback analysis, so which is about and there are some names out here which we can use. There's SEO and traffic analysis, right? So this is for detailed keyword analytics, content gap analysis, competitive research. Then coming to engagement, chatbots are now really becoming more and more intelligent, and AI-powered chatbots can interact with users to answer questions, provide recommendations, or drive engagement, right? Then there is sentiment monitoring and content interaction insights, and of course, things like community management. So here are some tools which can be used for engagement: ChatGPT, Sprinkler, Brandwatch. Then coming to performance analytics, this is tracking matrices like feedback gathering and reporting, real-time analytics, predictive analytics, and anomaly detection, right? So here you can use Google Analytics or Tableau or Hotjar. This is, use real-time. They use real-time data to adjust strategies, predict future trends based on historical data. And then coming to, optimization state, whether it is iterative improvements or repurposing content or trend monitoring. And then here you can use, you want to revive old posts or you want to use, help improve underperforming content. And then, of course, you can do content division and updates using Trello. Maintenance update is about keeping your content up to date. So, I'll switch on to the more interesting part, which is if you're a content creating company and an entrepreneur who runs his business, there are many things which keep you awake in the night, right? Whether it's your how my business is going to grow, how do I get high quality content, how do I do personalization, how do I, enhance creativity. I have limited budgets. Um, I want to be less dependable on very highly skilled resources, work at scale, overcome infrastructure challenges because a lot of people are in rural and remote areas, right? And they don't have access to a lot of things. So, how do you work on a platform which is on cloud? Okay. And then what is my ability to invest? And then competition is changing, right? It's not the same world. With AI coming in, there's a lot more things happening at speed and scale. So AI will help you to achieve these. You can leverage AI to achieve these targets of growing your business. not depending on people, but depending on tools, by increasing your visibility to customers and also increasing your reach by using mediums which not only give you clients in India, but also access to international clients. So you can look at, infrastructure challenges can be overcome by looking at cloud-based solutions, by uh, looking at Google Workspace or Notion AI. There's a lot of work Google is doing and Microsoft is doing with smaller entrepreneurs and companies to onboard them into cloud platforms. And of course, using mobile friendly tools. If you want to reach a broader audience, then, I think given the number of languages we have in India, Google has now come up with a tool which can translate API and uh, convert the content into regional languages. So that language barrier is broken and your content can go to a lot more states, or even internationally it is possible. Then, if you are familiar with SEO optimization, then how do you, mm, in the search engines, where are you when the search is being done, and how do you get powered up to come up in the first 4 or 5 searches is also important from your website or other mediums. The game is now, becoming about faster content creation, efficiency, and scalability as an enterprise, right? So there are tools like ChatGPT and Jasper, which can, enable faster content creation, reduce the time and effort required for writing, video editing, graphic design. So the 5 minute speech I gave today was, I used ChatGPT. Uh, I got 80% of what I wanted, looked at some trends from the from Google, merged that to put it in my experience, and it took me 15 minutes to just come across with that speech. Okay, then there is of course automation of repetitive tasks, um, AI powered tools which can help you to do automate video and audio editing. Then it's very important that if you are able to deliver hyper personalized content tailored to individual preferences using algorithms, it will help, but then it takes a while to get here. There are tools like Presado and Parsi which allow creation of highly personalized marketing content that's as well as with different audience segments. Then I was talking about, one of the things which entrepreneurs look out is how to reduce costs, work within budgets, and depend and not risk their business on a few people or skilled labor, right? So there is automatic automated content creation tools which can be leveraged, visual design tools which can be leveraged, and of course, video production tools which could be leveraged out here. That will, decrease the dependency on skilled labor. So we talk about this is another form of, how you want to be more productive and get more work outputs out by using tools. Then, of course, there are new uses like customer and intent, how you come out with customer and interactive content, uh, how you can, work on revolutionizing visual and multimedia content creation. Okay. So these are venues you might like to explore later on, depending on the capabilities or what your business plans or what your focus is in your content creation space. Uh, CSAT is always, in any business, it's your customer who is the king. So improved client satisfaction, faster turnaround times, better quality assurance, diverse offerings will are what clients are looking for, and satisfied clients are likely to give you more repeat business and less of churn on business, rather than every time if you are going to go after new customers, the cost is higher, the sales cycle is also longer, and um, it's not a great way of growing business. You know, you need to which are happening and leverage AI to the extent possible, so that you know you are having an innovative portfolio and able to scale for growth. So I just looked at some Indian content companies and what they are doing by leveraging AI. So we have Right Sonic, which is providing AI power tool for generating written content. So their AI, they use GPT, they use and how this has helped them on growth is save time on content creation, making it scalable. It has helped them to grow globally with diverse user base, right? So these are just some of the use cases I looked at. And then Videoverse is into business of AI-driven video editing and creating tools. They use AI for video editing, creating personalized video ads. This has helped them to get more business with media agencies and e-commerce platforms, produce high-quality videos, scale their operations by creating growing demands for video content in sectors like education, marketing, and entertainment. Then there is another company called Unscript, okay, which is offering again video content. It's similar, but the impact on growth has been reduced dependency on manual video editing, quicker turnaround time for content, meeting tight deadlines. Okay, position itself as a go-to solution for startups and small businesses. So they had a market segment and a strategy which is different, and this helped them to get into that space. This company offers emotional in analytics and AI-based content enhancement, right? So this is very interesting on, I mean, if you are aware of advanced cars in US or Europe, they are not trying to put this software into the car, which will, the camera will read you and figure out are you happy, sad, angry, awake, sleep, and then give data, okay, which will trigger a certain set of actions. So that is one use case, but there are more use cases of how this can be used. Then Canva I spoke about, right? Design and content creation platform for AI powered features. So if I just summarize this, how it has helped the above mentioned companies or companies which are in the similar business to grow, it is, help them with providing them with scalability, cost efficiency, customer retention, global reach, innovation, and data driven decisions. These are just some of the cases. It is not, it is just a sample which I looked at. There can be much more beyond this too. It has helped them to stay competitive and help them with creativity and innovation. So if I were to summarize, how it has AI revolutionized the content creation world, the answer is yes. Are there a large number of tools available for content creators? The answer is yes. Are technology firms providing tools and support? The answer is yes. Are your customers asking you that how are you leveraging AI to be more creative, um, have a higher personalization, quick turnaround time, high quality content? The answer is yes. And as an entrepreneur leveraging AI, can that help you to grow your business? The answer is yes. Do you have a choice of ignoring AI? The answer is no. So those who will use this technology from AI in a responsible and safe manner will definitely go ahead and grow their businesses. And the times to come will also ask for people to upskill and understand the usage of these tools, right? So if I were to come back to the initial slide on the amount of investments government of India is doing in India for AI, or what companies like Microsoft, Google, AWS, uh, IBM are doing. There are a whole bunch of investments taking place in training, in helping startups and accelerators, in helping small entrepreneurs. There is a lot of investments happening from private equity firms, and there is a lot of venture capital which is being provided. There is a huge stress on training on AI. So if you have to stay relevant, I think there is no choice but to embrace this. So I like to close my session by, I mean, that's all I had in the presentation. So if you have any questions, I can spend about 5 or 7 minutes, trying to answer those questions which anybody might have. Can take them.
Participants, please feel free to type your questions in the chat box or unmute your microphone to ask your questions. Participants, do you have any queries?
Okay, so you will have to check what are those freewares, right? I know Canva and whole bunch of other software. Initially, you can do some things for free, but if you want professional versions, mostly they are paid.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, you have given a point that leveraging AI helps a business. So, can you explain it more, sir? How it can help, and what is the specific areas are there we have to focus on to use leveraging AI in business sector, entrepreneurship
So
sector?
no, so you'll have to slightly expand. Business sector is huge. I spoke about how it can help content creation, right? There are similar use cases for how you can do it for education sector, healthcare, manufacturing. It depends on the sector you are into or the kind of industry you are into.
Thank you, sir.
So there is a question in the chat box.
Okay, I just answered that. What is the question? I can't see it. Can you read it out?
Yes, sir. So can we use this for analysis in the research? This is the question, sir.
Yes, yes, you can use it. So if you use, you can use Chat GPT for a lot of research related work and analysis, but you have to be careful while using it because it will give a lot of outputs, but then you might like to make changes and fine tune it. But yes, it is possible to use Chat GPT for doing a lot of research work.
Sir, how we can assure that whatever the answer we are getting from the chat GPT is always right? Because sometimes it may happen the same figure we ask the question in different matter, it will give us different answer.
Yeah, you're right. So it depends on the quality of the prompt which you have. So there is, how to ask prompts is also now a activity, and there are training done on that. So there is no surety of what comes out of from ChatGPT will be correct. It looks at all the database of information which is available to us and then tries to understand the question or the prompt you have asked. So a lot of it will depend on the quality of the prompt you are asking, and you will have to always check the information coming out with other sources and your expertise, or check with people. Depending, if it is general information, it's mostly correct. If it is specific information you're looking for, you will need to verify.
Are there any more queries?
Yes, I see this from Jimmy, right? So you can use them, but you'll have to be careful to see that there is no IP or content violation. So that will only come by you're testing those tools, trying them out, or looking at people who have used those tools to uh, do get creative workout, which is not an infringement or copyright violation.
Hello, sir. I have one question. See,
Yeah.
the problem is you have some fake news. How to detect that with AI? Because we have a lot of political issues now. I mean, 2 decades before, there was no political issues when you ask people. But now they are very biased about some of the political issues. So AI giving some answers which is very politically influenced. How can we solve that?
That is not something I would have to answer to. It will also depend on the language model and the algorithm of the AI provider. Okay. So what database they are using, how sensitivization is happening, how political content is not getting picked up, and what database they are giving. So it is up to the provider, and you have to be careful while using it, because sometimes there are biases in the answers which will come out. So I think it will evolve over a period of time, because AI is also getting smarter by the day. So it will take time. As of now, I don't have. There is no uh, one solution for the problem or the question you are asking.
Yeah, I'm just asking another question also. See, uh, does the lost job because of a
So there will be some amount of jobs which will go, but there'll be more jobs created. So, with the kind of investments which say Microsoft is doing, or Google is doing, or AWS is doing, there is a lot of opportunity for people to reskill, retool, and you know uh, take this as a career and make money, right? So there are people just looking at experts in prompt creation, or experts in using Excel sheet with Chat GPT or AI. Okay, so those are becoming business streams. So I think the amount of jobs will be created will be more than the ones which get lost out. So with any when there is a big paradigm shift in technology or transformation, there is an impact on the legacy part, but it should not be much.
so there is a question from Jimmy John in the chat box. I think you can read it.
Yeah, if we can just read out the question. I'm just trying to see where
What are
that question
the
is.
ethical implications of using AI in journalism and news reporting?
Yeah, so ethical implications are that one has to use AI ethically with a lot of governance. There are cases where fake videos will get made or voiceovers will happen or content will get created which is not the real content, right? So that will continue to stay. Uh, there is it is open AI, so one has to be careful and ethical while using AI for work.
So one more question also from my side. The thing is, I saw some of people from Uttar Pradesh. They are having some jewelry business. They have some. There are some good designers. Uh, how can they promote that?
So sorry, I missed the first line. You said how can they promote
Yeah, a
what?
lot of people are from Uttar Pradesh. Uttar
Yeah.
Pradesh. Yeah, there are some jewelry designers also there.
So it's the same things, if they're in it depends on the business they are into. So if they are students, it is a different matter. If they are entrepreneurs, it is different. It depends on the segment or the kind of industry you are in, right? So your use cases will change for what you don't want to do with AI. So, what you can do in content creation is different from what you can do in healthcare or what you can do in farming, right? Like, there are drones available, there is content which is getting collected, or you are, having so many governments programs for farming and best practices or other forums you can get associated with, right? So I'm not an expert on the government side of the world, but it depends on what area you're into and what is that you want to do or what is your business use case. Then only some solutions can come out from that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? I hope all the queries are cleared.
I have a question if you don't mind, please.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
You can talk with the first person now.
good evening, sir. I am Arijit Mishra, currently working as assistant controller of examination. Uh, as we are going through a AI transformation,
Ajit,
do
your
you
voice
think?
is breaking. Can you type the question you're having? Your voice is breaking, it's fading, so I'm not able to hear you clearly.
Yes, surely, sir. I'm typing it down.
Uh,
Yes. I
yeah,
mean, okay, so your question
yeah.
is,
Arjit Pitsai is asking like that. After working in examination department, do you think
so it
that AI
depends,
can improve
examination
examination?
department, it depends what you are doing in the examination department. Are you setting questions? Are you looking for answers? Or, if people have given answers, you want to check, are those answers copied from AI or ChatGPT? Yes, you can check. You can also check, uh, how much of the content is copied and how much of the content is answers they made. You can do it. And I don't know about blockchain credentials. I'm not an expert on that, so I can't answer that one.
Jimmy John is asking some other question. How can
Yes,
AI
I saw that
enhance?
question.
Yeah.
So people with specially abled people, I know Microsoft has got softwares specially abled people. I need to check on how it can help those kind of people, right? Because if they are using voice, I mean, it depends on their, if they are able to see or not see or hear or not hear, right? So there would be solutions from companies like Microsoft on how people with disabilities or special abilities can use AI. The answer is yes, it needs to be checked. So, I mean, depending on the mediums you want to use, you can use uh, for typing or content creation or voice or video. The answer is yes.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, sir. My name is Professor Sandeep, sir. I am talking to you from Pune. Uh, Sir, my question to you is that, according to you, sir, how can the AI can transform the rural entrepreneurship by enhancing the productivity, or by streamlining the supply chains, by putting the innovative business models in under-reserved areas? What is your take on that, sir?
So I just covered that in my presentation, right? So instead of being dependent on people, I mean, you're an entrepreneur. You have limited budgets, you have limited number of people. So if you want to use tools, you can use it. If you want to automate repetitive tasks, you can use it. If you want to create content, you can use those tools. So I covered that in my presentation, that how it can help.
બધાની ખોટી
Right?
મારી રહ્યા છે.
And you see, you don't get an opportunity to listen to
હા,
such a person every
डायरेक्ट
day.
डायरेक्ट
हाँ, रोज थोड़ी सुनने मिलता है यार, मौका. हाँ?
हाँ, वरना मित्रों को सुनना पड़ता है.
हाँ.
So there is a question in the chat box.
Okay, so which is this one? What is the name of the person asking?
Sir, it is asked by Srikumar Menon.
Yeah, Shikumar. Okay. So, Shikumar, it depends, no? The use case for rural business is huge, Shikumar. So, are you saying farming? Are you saying healthcare? Are you saying education? So, depending on that, there are use cases for using AI. So, which sector are you referring to? Rural business by itself is, too huge. There is no one answer for that.
I think
I think I can take one or two more questions, right? For the paucity of time, and there are other speakers, so if we can do just one last. Yeah.
One last question, right?
Uh,
Kumar, you can
sir,
tell something on, or Sandeep.
Sir, could you please allow me to ask you another question, if you permit me to ask, please?
Sure, this is the last question. Go ahead.
Oh, fine, sir. Sir, as I'm in teaching field right now and I'm taking care of MBA students,
Yes.
because earlier to this semester I was taking off, rural marketing subject. So can you just suggest me some of the exercise that we can be able to conduct to drag the attention of students to take part in the rural activities, rural fronts, and paramountly, like even AI can be able to, uh, play an important role while generating some sort of reports. Can you just suggest me some of the
Okay. Yes.
exercise?
Yes. So what I will do, Sandeep, is this what you have asked me is a question or a prompt. Okay. So do you use Chat GPT 4.0?
Sir, not
Sandeep, are
regularly, sir.
you?
I
Hmm?
always rely on organic content.
No, no. So what you do is I suggest you install ChatGPT 4.0. Okay, it's very easy. Put the prompt you have asked me into that. It will give you very nice answers on how to take it forward.
Thank you so
So
much for your
what I'm saying
inputs.
is, yeah. ChatGPT is very easy. It's free. You don't have to pay for it. You can install it on your laptop. You can install it on your mobile. Uh, and the amount of research you can do, the amount of ideas you can get, the amount of insights you want, the amount of competition analysis you want. If you're running a program, how to run it and make it more effective. Your querying has to be right. It gives amazing answers.
Yes, sir. Sir. Thank you so
Right.
much.
Right. Thanks. I think, if it's all right, then to the next speaker.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for delivering
Thank
a
you.
highly engaging and thought-provoking session. Your expert insights into how AI is transforming the landscape of content creation and driving innovation in entrepreneurship were truly inspiring. The practical examples and forward-looking perspectives you shared have equipped us with a deeper understanding of AI's potential to empower creativity and business growth. Thank you once again, sir, for your valuable time. A feedback link will be shared in the chat box. It's mandatory that you fill it. It's necessary for marking your attendance, so kindly fill it. We may take a short break and rejoin by 7:45. Participants, please note a feedback link will be shared in the chat box shortly. It's mandatory that you fill it to mark your attendance. Participants, please ensure that your feedback form is submitted. We will start the second section shortly. Sir, shall we start the session? Santosh sir, shall we start the session? Sir, is it audible? Santosh sir, is it audible?
Hi, Anu.
Hello, sir. Shall we start the session, sir? Hello, sir. Is it audible?
Hello. Shall we start?
Yes, okay, sir. Sir, is it audible?
Yes.
Okay, sir. So,
My screen
so we
is
are moving on to
visible?
the... Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So we are moving on to the second session of today's program on the evolution of generative AI, trends, innovations, and impacts. It will be handled by Dr. Santosh Kumar Gopalan, Professor, Department of Computer Science, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Cochin. His research interest is in areas related to cyber physical systems and computer vision. He is visiting scholar at Queen's University of Belfast, UK, and holder of international projects. He has several international publications and author of Springer Book of Data Science for Fake News Detection. He is a senior member of ACM and IEEE and a lifetime member of the Computer Society of India. On behalf of all the participants, we warmly welcome you to lead the session. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Anu, for that nice introduction. So we will be talking about evolution of generative AI. So I'll be going through the history of how basically the whole business of AI has reached to us, and what are the kind of trends that is there, and what kind of innovations we can build on the technology that is already available, and current status of our country and the way forward, and how this generative AI technology is going to impact. So all these things will be covered. So you are requested to ask questions as we go. You can maybe type in the chat box so that I can take up questions in between. So I will be checking whether or I will be asking the organizers if there are maybe some questions, so that I can take it and maybe try to answer if I can answer, or we will have some discussion on that and then we'll move forward. So that will be the mode of presentation. So let me go to the first slide. So history of AI, those who are familiar with this term artificial intelligence, people were trying to uh, achieve the so-called intelligence in the machines. So it's in 1950s, a person called Alan Turing, who is depicted in the picture, you can see that. He asked a very genuine kind of a question: can machines think? Right. So the underlying principle of that question is whether a computer can be programmed in such a way that it answers intelligent questions that is suited to him. So from 1950 onwards, people were trying to answer this question, and there were many scientists, not just computer scientists, mathematicians, physicists, people, a lot of other people were discussing this question. And in the seminal paper that Alan Turing has published, he actually wanted to uh, devise a methodology whether a machine can think and how people can evaluate that, right? And that is a very famous test called the Turing test. So it was not actually, the name was not actually given by Alan Turing, but later people called that test as a Turing test. So I will just try to give you an idea of how this Turing test is actually being performed. You can see in the picture just this side, right? So these are just walls separating three entities. So one entity is a computer, second entity is a human being, And third entity is again a human being, but he is called as a judge. So we have three entities. One is a computer, another is a human being, and another is a human being, but he is the judge. So the test goes like this. So the judge will ask some questions, okay, and the question, interestingly, it will be written and passed to the machine as well as the human being, right? And he will be expecting the answers uh, through this, right? Through the same window, he is trying to get the answers. Now, judge can ask anything, right? And he can check the answers. And whenever a point comes where he cannot distinguish, basically, whether the answer is coming from a human being or a machine, right? So judge doesn't know who is actually giving answers. He just passes the questions and he receives the answers, right? So at a point where judge is not able to distinguish, that means an answer which comes as if a human being is giving such kind of answers. So at that point of time, maybe we can tell that machine is intelligent, right? So this is basically a test which was there for a long time, and we were not unable to maybe pass the test. But recently, with a lot of developments in AI, we can fairly say that machines are able to answer questions, or we can say that it pass Turing test. And there are a lot of other kind of tests like Chinese room test as well, and a lot of other intelligent kind of tests. And most of the tests at a certain level of accuracy, computers are now able to win those type of tests, right? Now, in 1956, a lot of people assembled in a conference which we call as Dartmouth Conference in US, and these people were actually maybe started discussion on how to move forward, right? The development of artificial intelligence. So I will just give you a clear concept of those days. Artificial intelligence developed in such a way that there are a lot of rules are written, and these rules are followed by the computer, right? And we were not able to write huge lines of code with all these kind of rules. Those who have written some programs might be knowing if then else conditions, right? A lot of if then else conditions were there, and that was not an intelligent way to program a computer to do human level intelligence, right? And that period is basically called as a classical AI period, right? But after some time, the development of AI was just went very low, and we call this as a cold age of AI, where now people were actually interested to develop because they were unable to scale the uh, maybe the solutions. That means they are not able to generalize things so that maybe the intelligent behavior can be mimicked. So it was a particular kind of a solutions AI was developed. One of the example could be uh, maybe inspecting. That means a doctor and a patient, right? So patient is telling some maybe problems with him, and doctor is asking a lot of questions, right? So this question and answer kind of session progress, and finally doctor says that this is you are affected with such kind of a disease. So such kind of systems were actually developed that time. But as I told you, it was we were not able to scale that system, right? So these were the persons who actually contributed a lot by identifying many topics and ideas. You see that this happens in 1956, right? And most of the things that you see in the slide are still people are exploring, right? So for example, you can see this side, machine learning, right? So machine learning, basically they have devised into supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement kind of learning. And another part is the knowledge representations, how we can represent knowledge, right? So those days, basically, people were trying to represent the knowledge using logical representations, semantic networks, and ontologies, etc. Right? And as I told you, the development algorithms are basically related to rule-based systems. That means if then else conditions, and then search algorithms. So there is a state space of solutions available, and the algorithm is trying to search a suitable kind of solution for that. For example, the chess board game, right? Chess game, right? Chess game is basically having a lot of configurations, right? The board size 8 by 8, 64 uh, uh, places where we can place coins, and we can start playing. So once you start moving a coin, right, then you have a lot of possibilities. So these possibilities are basically space, right? So is it possible to foresee, right, some 10 after 10 steps what will happen, right? If I move this coin after 10 steps, what will happen, right? So all these are called state space. So the chess game basically tries to search for the state space where the computer can get a win, right? So this is one example of search algorithms which will be utilized for developing intelligence into the machine. Then a lot of optimization techniques. All the maybe many problems we say nowadays are optimization problems. We wanted to get a solution, but we are not interested in exact solutions, but a kind of an optimized solution. So these kind of problems. And another area is natural language processing, right? How maybe human beings are communicating using natural languages, right? So what is the grammar, what is the syntax and semantics of this, and how we can incorporate that inside a machine. And again, robotics and perception, computer vision, sensor systems, monitor control, etc., are coming under that. So these were the ideas actually these people discussed, and they wanted to develop the computer so that it becomes intelligent, right? So you can see that maybe I cut short the history. Starting from 1956, the Dartmouth Conference, to the deep learning revolution, right? So it started with 1959. You have the checkers program. That means the Arthur Samuel has written a checker program where computer can win. Sometimes computer can win with a human being, right? Then later, people developed, especially John McCarthy developed the LISP program, where it is being used to include AI in machines. So LISP was a program where people were using to induce intelligence inside the computer. Then came expert systems. MySyn is an example of a expert system where I just depicted that doctor and the patient are communicating each other, and finally the machine is trying to say, okay, this is the disease, right? So that kind of systems were developed in 1980s, and after that, actually, the cold period of AI came, and nobody was interested because of scaling. That means you need a huge processing power, right? Huge memory. Those things were not available at that time, so people got disinterested in developing AI. And after 2000s, I mean exactly 2012, basically people came up with uh, a data set called ImageNet, and that ImageNet is a huge collection of images that is already available on the web. So that was curated, and people were trying to give an image as an input and try to identify what is that image, right? And one uh, system that has been developed is called AlexNet. And AlexNet in 2012 actually were able to process all these huge set of images, and a kind of a computer vision kind of a program was developed, and that was the birth of
Yeah.
maybe new.
एक लिंक आया होगा.
Hello. Pardon, somebody was asking something. Okay, so that was the actual birth of deep learning revolution. Basically, a neural network came into picture, and a huge stack of neural networks and neural network based models were built, and the start of deep learning revolution has come. And now you see all fruits of this AI revolution is due to the technology called deep learning, right? So if you ask me what is basically the origin of this AI basically people start perceiving as a machine learning problem. So machine learning is a subset of AI, and this machine learning consists of broadly three kinds of ways in which we can program the machine. So one is called supervised learning, where you have a huge data set with labels, right? And now you teach the machine, or we call it as training, train the machine so that the machine understands uh, the input based on the label, right? So for example, you have a lot of pictures of cats and dogs, right, which are labeled. That means if the image is a cat image, you say that this image is a cat's image, so label is cat, right? And dog's image, you say that it's a dog, right? Now you teach the machine by showing all these cats and dogs. Machine tries to learn something from that. Basically you say that some kind of distinguishing feature from these images, how a dog will look like and how a cat will look like, right, from these images. And then now you show the machine a new image, right, of a cat which machine has not already seen. So this is the interesting stuff, right? So all the huge data set is given, all the cats and dogs images are there. Now the machine has been trained using the labels and all, and machine tries to understand the features from that, and it now learned how to distinguish between cat and dog. Right now, you give a new image of a cat and ask the machine whether it is a cat or dog. So it will say it is a cat because it has already learned all the kind of features that is there in the cats or dogs image, right? So that is basically called a supervised learning, and you have a classification problem as well as a regression problem in the supervised learning context, right? A regression problem is basically a computer is similarly taught, right, with huge number of data and labels, and now it wanted to output a number, a real number, right? So if a machine model outputs a real number as output, the problem is basically a regression problem, right? So for example, suppose you are in a city, right? You wanted to buy a house, right? Now the city has lot of varieties of houses with a lot of features, right? So what are the features of a house? Basically, what is the square feet area available, right? Whether it is a one-storied or two-storied house, right? What are the premises, maybe? What kind of whether temple or hospitals are available near to that house? All this comes as a feature of that, right? Now the whole uh, houses data you have collected, right? And now you wanted to predict what is the budget for that, right? So the budget is basically comes as a real number, right? So 15 lakhs or 30 lakhs or 1 crore, right? So those are actually kind of a regression problem. So now you have you specify your requirement, and the machine will predict what is the kind of price that you have to give in order to buy a house in the city, right? So it's an example of a regression problem, right? So another thing is basically you have an unsupervised learning where you do not have the labels, right? You have only data with you. For example, a CT scan from a hospital, right? So if it is labeled, means somebody, a radiologist has to sit and mark. Suppose there is a cancer growth in some area, he has to mark it, right? If it is marked, then you call it as a labeled one. But many a times we do not have much radiologists, and lot of images are produced by hospitals, and you do not have time to label, then you go for unsupervised learning, where machine will be automatically trying to learn the features from it, and then it will be used for decision making, right? Another area is I request to mute. Hello? Okay. Another area is reinforcement learning, where maybe a small child learns to walk, for example, right? Or he wants to study something. So whenever he is doing a positive thing, you give a positive feedback, you give him reward so that he is motivated, right? Whenever negative things done, you just penalize him, right? So out of that, it learns, right? The children or the child learn something. So this is basically called a reinforcement learning. So I was just trying to give you an idea of the machine learning context. What are the kind of maybe learning models are available? So one is supervised, another is unsupervised, and another is reinforcement learning. So now we quickly jump into basically to understand what is generative AI. So AI models which are capable of generating new and original content. So it could be a text, it could be image, it could be audio, video, whatever. So even there are generative AI programs which will generate code, right? So all of us are familiar with this. For example, the Chat GPT or Gemini, right, gives you if you give a prompt, it will generate a lot of text. If you ask, kindly give me a poem, right, about this, then it will generate a poem for you, right? So this is a transformative kind of an idea, right? So machine learning things can be of two, you can classify into two ways. One is already you have some data, right? And from the data, it tries to learn some patterns, and then it uses for classification or clustering or something like that, right? Now here you have something, you learn, the model learns something, and from that it tries to generate something. So generation is a very maybe versatile thing, right? Recently only people came with this kind of an idea where the machines are able to, machine models are able to generate something, right? So let us try to understand basically what is happening. So, right. So maybe one of the oldest program, maybe, which has some capability of generating is Google Translate. Right? You know, in 2006 itself, Google has announced this project, Google Translate, and it was available. And now more than 113 languages or more than that is available, right? So what is the principle here? Basically, you are entering kind of a text here uh, in some language. So let's say you have entered a text in English, and now you wanted to translate it, right, in another language, let's say in Hindi, right? So how this is possible? Basically, Google might have done a lot of trainings, right? So they have corpus, right? Corpus of text, both in the English language as well as the Hindi language, right? One maybe an idea where we can train such systems are having parallel corpus, right? Parallel corpus in the sense you have a text written in Hindi, and what is the corresponding parallel for the English, right? Now you train the system, so that system will try to understand how actually the language is changing from one language to another language. It picks up some patterns from that, and then if you give the a sentence in English, then it will automatically translate it into the Hindi text. So this is how basically Google Translate works. But now they might have improved the technology, and it is no longer just parallel text, but a lot of other technologies are actually behind the Google Translate. But this is a well known kind of a system which is basically introduced by Google. So let us try to understand what is basically a machine learning model, right? A lot of people will say that what is a model, right? But we have to understand I mean, at least what is basically behind it, and um, see, developing a model is a huge Herculean task. So I just wanted to highlight you why it is a very a Herculean task to uh, develop a model, right? So let us just get an idea of a small uh, baby neural network, right? So this is a simple neural network where you have as input units. I call it as units. You can see the red dots. They are input units. So we have 3 units here, right? And some connections are going to the next layer. So this is basically the green ones are we call it as a hidden layer, right? And you have a blue units. We have output. So these are 2 output units. So this is a typical architecture of any neural network, right? So now you can see the connections as well, right? Now let's try to understand how many parameters are there in the neural network, right? Then you can appreciate what I'm trying to talk about, what is the complexity of this neural network, etc., right? So with a simple example, so let us compute the number of parameters which this neural network actually been using, right? So so this is basically connections between the layers plus the bias in every layer, right? So let us say, so these uh, units are basically biased. That means there is one bias connection per these hidden layers and in between. So let's see, there are 3 units, right? 3 units, and you can see that it goes to the all the 5 units, right? So this one unit has 5 links. You can see that, right? So this is a fully connected kind of a neural network. That means from here it goes to all the units. It need not be fully connected, but it's a now in the picture you have a fully connected neural network. So 3 multiplied by 5. So we are trying to compute the connections between layers, right? So 3 multiplied by 5. Then from here, you see there are 2 units, I mean 2 links going to the output unit. Can you see that? 2 units, right? 2 links. So 2 links per 5 units. So 5 multiplied by 2. Then you have bias here and bias here. So bias here, right? So 5 plus 2, right? Output unit bias we are not maybe taking, or maybe input bias we are not taking. So this 5 plus 2. So 3 multiplied by 5. So 3 multiplied by 5 plus 5 multiplied by 2 plus 5 plus 2. So this is 32. So number of parameters for this neural network is 32, right? Now you see a real, that was a baby small neural network. A huge neural network like ChatGPT that you are familiar with. You can see the table here, and the last line of that table. You see the GPT-3 having 175 billion 175 billion parameters. You can see in the first column, last entry, 175 billion parameters are associated with the GPT-3 model, right? GPT-4 is already available. GPT-4 will have much bigger number of parameters. Number of parameters basically implies how good your model is, right? Now you can imagine what kind of size the model, that means ChatGPT, right? When we say ChatGPT, it's very simple, small word, but the network behind it is a huge network, right? So it has a hidden layer. 96 hidden layers are actually inside the model, and each hidden layer is itself is a huge neural network, right? Each layers itself is a huge neural network. So you can imagine what kind of a monster actually we are talking about, right? You should understand this, because to train these type of huge monsters requires lot of computation, right? It's not easy to train these machines, right? These models. So what is meant by training a model? Basically, I maybe just recall that I was explaining you what is supervised learning, right? Where you give a lot of examples, and then the machine will be trying to figure out what is there by identifying the features. Features also actually might be given by the user, but in deep learning kind of neural networks, the features are actually identified by the model system itself, right? We are not explicitly saying, okay, the cat has whiskers, right? Ears like this, like that. So here, the system or the computer itself tries to learn what kind of features are there in the system. Automatically it tries to learn. So that's why we need a huge architecture, huge monster as a model, right? Now to train this, you need huge computation power. That means you need huge amount of energy to be spent to train a neural network, a huge deep learning neural network. So it's not easy actually. It's not easy to just to train. Using your laptop, it is impossible. Using maybe multiple servers, it is impossible. You need virtually, we call it as server farms, right? Huge number of machines with a lot of GPU connected with it, right? You need huge, energy to train this machine. And one, maybe the negative effect is you are releasing a lot of green gases while training a machine. That means huge heat is being produced, right? Huge green gases are being produced while you are training you are impacting nature while you are training a monster like this. right? So I was just telling you there are two kinds of approaches, right? One is we wanted to, let's say, cat and dogs, we wanted to classify, right? So this is basically a classification problem where the model is nothing but how to discriminate these two, right? These two people, how to discriminate. So this is we call it as a model, and we call it as a decision boundary where it separates cats and dogs. So basically, this is a classification problem where you classify given images into cats and dogs. But this is a kind of a generative approach where you have huge number of images of dog and huge number of images of cat, right? And you give the images to the machine, and machine tries to figure out basically what kind of distributions, right? Maybe a mathematical term I'm using, a probability distribution. It tries to understand the probability distribution of these images, right, and then it tries to generate, right, a similar image from that. So this is called a generative approach. So it tries to generate, it learns the probability distribution from the given data and tries to generates new data from the given, maybe by learning the huge data that is given to him, right? So it is possible to produce lot of new data points that look like cats or dogs, right? So this is an amazing thing because you just give a huge number of examples, right? And then computer is able to learn what kind of probability distributions are there in the data, and then it is able to produce a similar kind of images from that. So that is amazing, right? So this is called a generative approach, and all this deep learning business or generative AI business is depending on or based on this kind of a generative approach. Now I just wanted to maybe again give you the number of parameters that is being used. So as I just told you, ChatGPT 3.5 version uses 155 billion parameters, and it was released in 2022. Now you have ChatGPT 4.5, and you see this 1.7 trillion parameters. All these units you have to picturize in your mind, right? And all the connections that is emanating from these units, you should picturize and see the in order to have 1.7 trillion parameters, how much units and how many connections in between you must have to have this type of a huge model, right? So I just wanted to give you an idea of maybe how the neural network look like when you say just a chat GPT or Gemini or related type of things. Now I just wanted to compare it with a human brain, right? Human brain and what kind of number of connections are actually there in the human brain and the models that we have actually trained, right? Uh, Maybe as a computer scientist, I won't extend the artificial neural network to the human neurons, right? People just say that, okay, we tried to maybe model uh, a neuron, right, which is similar to human brain. But maybe I'm of an opinion that still there are a lot of things we have to learn about human brain. Human brain is not actually well studied, right? This is just just a toy kind of a comparison, right, with the neural network that is there in the human brain and the artificial neural network that is given as a picture here, right? So now you see that 10 to the power of 14 connections are there. It is maybe the scientists, biologists are saying that 10 to the power of 14 connections, right? Human brain connections are there, and around 10 to the power of 11 neurons are there in a human brain, right? So now you see that in 2023 we tried to achieve 10 to the power of maybe nearly 10 to the power of 12 connections only. You see, maybe 10 to the power of 12 from 10 to the power of 13 to reach there is a huge gap is there, right? You cannot just add one more neuron and you can add, maybe don't think that you can achieve there by just adding some few number of neurons, right? But it's saying that the number of connections in the artificial models that we have developed is far away from the actual human brain number of connections. We have to reach there. But this is just a comparison, right? But okay, now we have types of generative model. Just to understand, because later point of lecture, I'll be trying to give you an idea of uh, under generative AI where we can actually venture, right? What kind of things we can do using generative AI. So in that case, we should understand what type of generative models are there in the market. I mean, already people have developed. So there are four types of generative AI models. So one is basically called a transformer-based models. Transformer-based models. Another is called GANs, which is generative adversarial network. And another variety is called variational autoencoders. And the last thing, maybe people are trying to achieve this multimodal models, right? Multimodal models, right? So all this ChatGPT business or generative AI all are based on transformer based models where you have text and you generate text, right? And generative adversarial networks are very clever in generating images, right? So images are generated through GANs. Basically, I will discuss how the images are being actually generated. And variational encoders are similar to this text-based things. So even images you can generate from there. This multi-model models are very interesting things where you have maybe in this transformer models you have text as an input, right? But in multimodal means multimodal, right? Multimodal means you have varieties of kinds of inputs. That means you have text, image, right? Let's discuss about text and image. So text parallelly you have given images and you are generating something. Maybe you are generating a story given an image, right? So an image is given and you write a story of that image. So in that case, you need two varieties of inputs where one variety is maybe you have to generate text as well as the image you have to generate, right? So people are now trying to incorporate multi inputs to the model and to generate varieties of stuff. And this part, maybe large language models, all the ChatGPT, Gemini, those things are belonging to this large language model. And most of the revolution happened in this area is because of this giant neural network, a deep neural network, which we call it as a transformer. So transformer is a type of AI model that learns to understand and generate human-like text by analyzing the patterns in large amount of text data, right? So you might have seen maybe while typing mail in Gmail, for example, it will auto complete, right? Hello, how, if you write hello, how are you will be auto completed. So from where it actually generating. So basically this is text generation. RU is generated by the machine, right? So from where it learned, basically it analyzed a huge variety of data set where it knows, right? It knows probably hello, how, after how, R is the most probable word that will be coming. So it will be saying hello, how, R. Then hello, how are, then definitely there will be a U coming, right? So most oftenly people might have done, people might have written such sentences, and from that sentences the language model learns this and tries to autocomplete it. So this is very simple kind of idea, but as I told you, the inside architecture of the transformer is a huge bunch of neural networks that is going into. Now, when I tell you the input, right, you cannot just feed text or images directly to a computer. You must understand that. We must convert text into some kind of numerical vectors. So what you are just maybe saying is a word called cat, right? And that is converted into a set of numbers, and the whole thing is, whole row is, we call it as a vector, right? So such vectors are being generated from words, or even the whole sentence you can convert into a vector, and we call this as embeddings, word embeddings, right? Words are converted into some kind of a mathematical entity, which we call it as a vector, which are bunch of numbers, right, real numbers, and computer can understand from that. Computer cannot understand anything like cat, C-A-T. If you write C-A-T, it cannot understand. It needs an equivalent representation of that as a numerical representation, then only it can understand, right? And now, so what is the beauty of converting this into numbers? So you can see that here, you see that the cat and all the columns you see, it's a living being, right? Then it's a human or gender or loyalty, then verb, plural, etc. Lot of things are here. So what are the applicable things for a word cat, right? So it's a living being. So I give some number, a positive number here, right? Then is it a human? No, maybe like it's a creature, right? So some value is given here. The gender is here, right? So is it a plural or a verb or this thing? No. So I give some negative values for that, right? So similarly, all these words are just created as vector. Now, what is the beauty of this is you can maybe project it into a vector space where vector space, each points will be, similar points will be coming together, closer together, right? You see that cat, kitten, right, are coming together, and house is far from that, because semantically cat and kitten are maybe semantically similar, but house is not semantically similar to cat, right? So this way you can try to, I mean, group the sentences, words, right, or even paragraphs, or the whole text, right? Given a whole text can be converted into a single vector, right, a huge vector, and then you can compare that document with another document, right? So is there any similarity between these two documents? So you project it on a vector space, then you can understand whether the documents are saying similar things, right? So for example, an example could be a plagiarism detection, right? Plagiarism detection, you give the paper, right, to a plagiarism detection software. It will try to compare with all the other papers that is available to with him, right? And how it compares, it's not compared by word. Maybe some sentences by sentences it will be comparing and saying that, so okay, your paper is similar to most of these papers, right? It already understood what kind of similarities are there in your paper and other papers that is already been published. And if you are trying to publish a similar paper which is already been published, then maybe the plagiarism is around 90%, right? You are trying to copy text from that thing, right? So this way, machine is becoming intelligent to compare words or sentences or even documents. And the same argument applies to the images also, right? Images also you can convert into a vector, and you can project it, and from there you can try to understand the similarity. So I will just give a pause here, and I will just wanted to maybe take some questions. If there are questions, maybe you can ask in the chat box, whatever I told, right, till now, maybe you can put your questions or maybe comments or arguments if you have something which maybe you're not agreeing with me. You can just post in the chat box so that I can take it and answer your questions. So I will give you 2 minutes to just to have a look on your questions.
Hello, sir. I am Dr. Shailja George. I just want to know that uh, how to manage the ethical things in language model.
Okay, so ethical things. I haven't described anything on ethical things, but maybe since you have asked the ethical things, so maybe as I pointed out, the models are basically trained on a huge data set, right? So
Yeah.
these data sets, I told you the example of an ImageNet, right? ImageNet is a huge collection of images which were available on maybe public domain, right, on internet, right? And uh, if you are training your model without maybe getting permission from those authors who have contributed those images, there are ethical issues, right? There are ethical issues. That means you are not getting permission from that, right? Now, maybe I have given you another example of checking plagiarism, right? There also, suppose maybe the plagiarism model itself is trying to get data from, let's say, a publisher, let's say a science direct, right? Science direct is a platform where elsewhere is the publisher who is publishing a lot of articles, right? Now, if you are taking articles from there to train your model without the permission of elsewhere, then kind of ethical issues are coming, right? So similarly, in medical field or law field, wherever, right, data usage is without permissions, then a lot of ethical things are. So yeah,
Sir,
so
can I
make sure
add a
that,
point?
yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Sir, it's a typical issue of a copyright infringement. And
Yeah,
recently, Arjit Singh, uh, Miss Singh, like Arjit Singh kind of AI tool has been created, and Bombay High Court came heavily upon that, and they stopped AI developer from further using it. Similarly,
correct.
ANI versus so now these are one of the central issue in AI development. They need a data set, and data set is available, which is most of them is a copyright. So
Yes,
now it's a question before all country whether you permit this kind of data set uses that
yeah.
will be needed for the AI development. So whether you go for a development or regulation, that's a choice before all countries.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are very correct. But now people try to maybe overcome this issue by generating a lot of content, right? Now, machine learn. I mean, you have generative AI, and generative AI can generate a lot of text. Maybe it might have used a lot of data previously, right? Already existing data. From that, it can generate a lot of text, right? And then this text again can be used by a model to generate, I mean, a lot of other text or images or audio or whatever, right? So people are trying to generate synthetic data, right? And then using that synthetic data, they wanted to train their models. So these type of approaches are coming, but it's going to be a huge issue because how much content is available on the World Wide Web is many content is generated by human being only, right? Many pictures you are posting on Facebook or WhatsApp, all these, I mean, coming in the World Wide Web. And I don't know whether you are writing a story on the Facebook. Are you allowing Facebook to take that data and maybe use it for their purpose? I don't know. Maybe you are using Facebook for free, right? So whenever you are using Facebook for free, I mean, you might have agreed upon a maybe the data that is generated by, I mean, posted by me might be used by Facebook without my permission, right?
So these are the precisely the terms and condition of various social media platform. Whatever data we upload, they have a
Yeah.
royalty-free worldwide right to use our data without our permission. So these are we never read, we just accept and move on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, definitely. No, no. See, my question is, let's say Google tries to charge you, okay, to use any kind of its maybe offerings. Facebook is going to charge you for any kind of service that it is providing. Amazon is going to charge you, right? So what will happen basically? Maybe the contribution of people from varieties of places will be going low, because so that's why maybe this internet, the business of internet as a whole has evolved by giving something for free. And Google actually knows, maybe Google started their business in 1995, right? The search engine, they have developed search engine and published it 1995, way back in 1995. From there, people were just doing a lot of keyword searches, those things. Every data that has been generated by us is now with Google, right? So that is why they are able to come up with huge kind of models, right? And Wikipedia, we might have contributed in Wikipedia, right? A lot of documents are there in Wikipedia. A lot of text is there in Wikipedia. And Wikipedia was published as an open source kind of a stuff, so that anybody can take the data and maybe use it for developing. But now there are, we call it as paywalls, right? Even the news publishers, right? They put a paywall for these type of models. If the model comes and asks data, you pay the fee and then you take the data, right? So such kind of models are actually evolving. Yeah, Dr. Shine, is there any other questions? I cannot
Sir,
see
there
the
is a
chat
question
box
in
here.
chat box. Sir, there is a
Where
question
is,
asked by Ramya Armenon. It says, voice also learned by machine. Does it has a name?
pardon me, voice?
Voice is also learned by machine. Does it has a name? It is asked by Ramya Armenon.
Yeah, definitely. Voice, audio is also maybe like text. Like text, you can give lot of audio clippings to the model, and you can try to generate equivalent kind of. I mean, Anu, you can mute because it's echoing. Yeah. So yes, audio. Maybe in the later slides, I will try to explain that. But whatever that is available as data, and if you are able to convert it into a vector, as I just explained as a numerical vector, you can train a machine so that it can generate similar kind of a stuff. So that is the underlying thing, right?
So there is
Any
one more
other
question.
question? Yeah,
Yes,
please.
sir. So what is the reliability and accuracy of data generated or analyzed by generative AI?
Yeah. Okay. So it's a good question. Basically, you have seen the evolution of ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT 1, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5. Now it is 4.5, right? What people were trying to do is actually they are trying to create, uh, generate text which are accurate, right? So this accuracy is actually related to the content that is being given to the uh, ChatGPT prompt, right? So what kind of questions that you are prompting? It's called prompt, right? If you have right prompt, right, and the model might have seen a lot of data related to your prompt, right? And the answer generated by the prompt will be accurate. But if it doesn't have data with it, let me ask, maybe let me shoot one question: who is Dr. G Santosh Kumar, right? Immediately ChatGPT will say that I don't have any answer because I don't have any data pertaining to that, right? Or let's ask a question like what is the space DX mission of India, right? See, this ChatGPT, those things are actually trained using data that is available till maybe 2021 or late 2021, and this is a new information, right? So ChatGPT will not be able to generate an answer for that because it doesn't know actually, right? So for to answer that, it has to take the data till today, right? Retrain its model, and give it to you. Then only it will be able to answer your question. I mean the latest kind of thing. So accuracy depends on, right? Accuracy depends on how much information it has, right? That is one thing. Second thing is, even though it doesn't have anything, for some questions it will try to generate some text, right, which is not at all connected to the, I mean, answer that you are expecting. And this particular thing is called hallucination. So models can hallucinate. That means it generates some random kind of output which nowhere related to the question that you have asked, because it doesn't have anything to answer that question, right? Or maybe a part of the question it is not able to answer, but it can generate something which is a hallucinated text, right? Which not a reliable kind of an answer, right? So answer to your question is yes. Now the new models like Gemini, ChatGPT, later version, right? Those things can generate accurate answers depending on what kind of prompt that you are giving, right? And if it has data with it, definitely you will get a accurate kind of answer, right? Hope I have answered your question. Any other question?
So there is a question asked by Ankit Yadav.
Okay.
So, as I have shown in a graph earlier, presently the AI parameters are still less than neuron connections in human brain. Is it possible for machines to bridge this gap? And will bringing AI close to the human potential help with the AI hallucination problem?
Yeah, that's what all the all the companies are actually trying to do, because you can expect chat gpt version 10. Okay, I mean after 4.5 they will release 5, but the problem is, as I just told you, uh, it's now not the problem of the model. Basically, uh, you cannot just increase the number of connections. I mean, the neural network, the bunch of neural networks that is inside this kind of transformer models, you cannot just blindly increase it, right? Now, if you are increasing it, you are getting only slight improvement in the result. That's what report says. So maybe but don't try to compare human brain and the connection between neurons with artificial neural network. Maybe just for maybe understanding stuff, people are saying that no way you can compare a human neuron or human neural network with artificial neural network. Maybe my personal opinion is it's far away, right? It's far away for a machine to get what we call as a uh, general artificial intelligence. I mean, uh, see, particular task it can do, but one model cannot do multiple things. A human being can do multiple things. A human being can recognize a cat and dog. Same way it can write a letter. A human being can write a letter, right? A human being can sing a song, right? It can recall whatever grandmother has told to him, right? All these versatile things a human being can do, and even parallelly it can do, right? Maybe in the morning, if you go to the kitchen, you can see that your wife or your spouse or maybe grand mother or father is doing, right? Lot of varieties of things, multitasking things will be happening in the kitchen, right? So all these things are because human brain is trained or maybe learn something to generalize things, right? But uh, maybe in my opinion, whatever artificial intelligence that we are looking at now or we are experiencing now is what we call as a weak AI, weak artificial intelligence. That means models can do versatile things, but concentrating on one thing, right? So if it can generate text, it can generate text only, right? If it can classify, it can classify. If it can identify a disease, it can do that only, right? So when a machine maybe gains such a potential of generalizing things, definitely maybe it can reach the level of human brain, but the way in which it behaves will be totally different, right? So current neural networks or current kind of models, with these models, you cannot achieve general artificial intelligence. So that is my answer for that question. So don't worry, human machines will not replace human beings. No.
Sir, there is one more question asked by Shank Chobe.
Yeah.
Sir, are there techniques other than NN or ANN used for generative AI?
Yeah, definitely. There are few models that is coming up, which we call as a diffusion models. Now people are trying to generate images, right, using diffusive models, and there are varieties of other new models are coming up. Maybe people are investing on it. One is called a spiking neural network model, uh, which is maybe comparatively different from all the kind of neural networks that we have seen. So there are models which are coming up. People are experimenting with these things. Success, maybe some models have shown success as well. Yeah, we need actually a transformative change in the thinking and devising new type of models. Yeah.
Sir, I have one more question. I'm shy.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. My question is, see, if you have a property, uh,
Mhm.
how to ensure that it's transparent? I mean, we should have something just like I have a property in Cochin, or I have a property in Bangalore. How to make it? I mean, ourselves. I mean, lot of corruptions are going there.
No, no,
So
maybe.
how can make it? Mm.
No, Shine, could you just explain? I couldn't get. You have properties here and there, okay? What do you
Okay.
mean by make it transparent?
Transfer means
Transparent from whom?
there's office. We have a lot of problems there.
Could you
There is
repeat?
office. There is office. We have a lot of problems there.
Problems
Uh,
like what?
and we need to register the Aadhaar. Uh,
Okay.
then, but it's not too much transparent. Is there anything we can do with generative AI?
Maybe I'm very sorry. I'm too old to understand your question.
Mm.
Could you just give me a use case of what you are saying?
Yeah, I just registered a document in
Okay.
Bangalore,
Okay.
and next level we have to register for another to register office and everything. But there is no transparency there.
Transparency in the sense who is blocking you from transparency?
I mean the government and the people. there, people in the office.
Okay.
How can we make it more transparent?
Maybe maybe I will take your question later, but uh, it might need a lot of explanation. So maybe let us.
Yeah,
Uh,
a lot of questions are coming there.
okay, okay.
From
Shall
Gandhi
we?
Sharma.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever data we get from the ChatGPT, it collects the data to improve its version from large number of people using it.
Uh, we are getting data from ChatGPT and
Whatever data we are get from the ChatGPT, it
okay.
collects the data to improve its version from
Mhm.
large number of people using it.
Okay. Now, is it collecting data? That is your question.
Yeah,
Usually, maybe later version they might be using it, but it's not a good idea to use that. I mean, already generated data, right? Because it has the knowledge, right? It has the knowledge to generate uh, maybe the uh, prompts that you have given, and it has generated something. It already has that knowledge, so there is no need to again loop it back that data and train the machine. No, I don't think that data will be useful, but definitely they can use it, but it need not be a useful data. That's my question. That's my answer.
okay. Another question is, see, how can you avoid financial frauds related to bank?
Okay. Uh,
Hmm?
Maybe you need
we,
an
we
AI
are
solution.
signing we are signing it in a checkbook. Uh,
Okay.
Maybe the signs are different.
Okay.
I
Okay.
mean, in the primitive age we have a sign. After that, we may change the sign. Maybe because
Okay.
of our disabilities, we may have a different sign.
Okay.
Yeah. So, do you have any solution for that, or it's a problem?
Yeah, maybe AI can. I mean, if you have the data of your signature, how it evolved, right? Maybe all of us might have signed a document during our 10th standard, right? And
Yeah,
yeah,
normally the older ages, uh,
yeah,
people
yeah.
think to have a joint account.
Correct, correct, correct. No, no. What I'm saying is,
From that.
if you have the data, right, of your signature and the evolution of your signature style, right?
Mm.
Definitely, AI models can capture that style, and even it can understand whose signature is that, right? If you are giving a labeled kind of data, it can understand how the signature is actually evolved, and it can understand whose signature is that, right? And even if you change the signature a little bit, it can understand, okay, this is the person who is signing actually. Yes,
Yeah,
you can train a
mm,
model,
yeah,
but the availability of data will be a huge I mean block for this type of a problem.
mm.
Definitely you can
Thank
do
you,
that.
thank you, sir.
Yeah, any other questions? If there are no questions, maybe I can just continue. Can I continue?
Yeah, sure,
Yes,
sure,
sir.
sure, sure, sure.
Yeah, yes, yes. Okay. So I think we have taken a break and just we are returning to our discussion. Uh, so technical details, I think we will be just, I mean, mentioning it and just going because I have to come to the stage where maybe a lot of AI models and how we can get into this AI type of business and what kind of opportunities are there. So I just wanted to explain that, right? So I will just skip this the how LLM is actually working. Maybe it's a too technical content though, so I will not. This was the example that I was just mentioning. So how LLM is actually trying to learn something, right? You can see one approach is basically you have a sentence here, say, the sun is shining. Then you mask that sentence, I mean that word here, today, right? The sun is shining something and today. So the machine has to learn something to fill that gap, right? So, so the machines are actually trained to understand the sentence and what kind of word will be replaced, right? What it can be replaced. So most of the sentences it might have seen will contain something like this: the sun is shining brightly, right? Today. So, so you are training a model, just masking some words in between, and you are trying to generate that, right? So this is how basically the generation stuff actually done by the machine, right? This is one of the approach, right? There are a lot of other approaches, and you see the number of words processed by LLMs during their training. You see that all human written text is here. It is already approaching that, right? Chat GPT 4 is actually approaching to the all human written text. Maybe the all human written text is not available in the digital format. That is why it's not able to get it, right? Once all everything is digitized, this model will be taking all the human written text, and it will be uh, maybe using it for training. You see English Wikipedia is already done, right? It is here, 10 to the power of maybe somewhere near to 10 to the power of 10, right? All the words heard or read by human, right, in their lifetime is already surpassed, right? That means machine model has read all the books, right, of that human being read already, right? So it is approaching, and so all the LLMs are ready to process whatever questions that you are prompting, right? So if it is there in already, I mean, generated text, it will be able to answer your, right? Now this is GANs basically. So what we have already seen was how the text is being generated. Now how the images are being generated by the generative model. This is GANs basically. This is a versatile model where there are two stuff here, two huge neural networks. One is called generator and another is called discriminator, right? You already know what is a discriminator. Discriminator is basically classifying data, right? It says whether yes or no, right? And generator is just generating a in this case generating a picture from the noise data, right? So now let's understand how GAN is basically trying to generate something similar to an image, which is actually machine generated image, and from the huge images that is being given to him. Let's say all the paintings done by Da Vinci, right? All the paintings done by the Da Vinci is given as input, right? So it is trained, right? It is trained all the uh, I mean Da Vinci generated, I mean painted images are being given, and it is trained, and it is taking a sample from that, right? And it is given to a discriminator, right? Now here the generator side, it generates some image, some random image, right? And it gives to the discriminator, and discriminator says whether it is equal to that, right? So definitely in the first stage it will say no, right? But at the same time it learns something, the discriminator learns something, and the learned thing will be given to the generator. That means what is actually I mean learned by the discriminator will be given as a feedback to the generator. So next time generator knows actually some clues of the images that is coming from this side, right? So when it cycles again and again and again, and it will reach at a point that discriminator will not be able to understand whether the given image is actually generated by the machine or it is coming from the already having training set. So it reaches a point where whether the generated picture is, the discriminator is unable to. That means discriminator is fooled by the generator, right? So at that point, we can say that machine has actually learned how to generate an image which look likes the Da Vinci painted images. So this is the crude idea behind generative adversarial networks. You can see the word meaning adversarial. That means maybe one police and one thief, right? Police tries to catch the thief, but thief tries to fool the police, right? So this kind of an competition happens in between, and finally, maybe a thief is generating a fake note, right? And the police is not able to identify whether it is a fake note or not, right? Okay, now let us go forward. How we can utilize all this generative AI stuff for our, starting an entrepreneurship, starting a startup, right? Or doing some research on that. So, as you know, whenever technology comes, Gartner publishes data based on the technology. So now the technology that we are talking about is generative AI, right? And you can see the curve. The curve is something like it starts from this side. So innovation trigger, and lot of technologies are being talked by people and tried by people, and it reaches at this peak, right? At this peak, and then it tries to come down from this peak, right? And then it goes to a plateau kind of a thing. So here, whatever technology that is matured will come to this. So now the hype of this peak is basically called as the hype cycle. So hype cycle of generative AI is already over, right? Now people talk about how to maybe utilize, right? How to leverage these ideas. Maybe impossible ideas already might have gone right with the hype cycle, right? And those ideas which have some promise will be coming to this side, and here you can see that how much time it will take in order to pursue these ideas. So you can see some blue dots, some white dot and black dot here in this side, right? So here you see that less than 2 years. So the white dotted things, right, will have less than 2 years. We will be able to mature that idea, right? And blue dots, basically you have 2 to 5 years to mature, and the black dot, it has 5 to 10 years to get matured, right? So we can think uh, based on these technologies, and let's see how these technologies are taken by the giants, so that we can try something uh, from that idea. So I will discuss in detail, and let me tell you where India is actually in generative AI kind of an adoption. Okay, so India ranks first in adoption of generative AI. That's a good signal. But there are a lot of other things. I will add it later stage. So across Asia Pacific, if you see, India ranks first in the adoption of generative AI. That means everybody is trying to create some business out of generative AI. But there is another survey which says that India is in among the Asia Pacific countries, India is only in the sixth position of readiness of generative AI. So there are a lot of parameters which governs whether you are ready for. Do you have a much infrastructure to pursue this generative? So unfortunately, we are in the sixth position in terms of readiness, right? I don't know whether you can see the slide. This is basically there are a lot of industries right around us, and how AI is going to affect these industries, and how fast it is affecting, and what is the benefit, how large benefits you can take out of that. So this is a chart which represents that. For example, this side, I mean the left bottom side, you have short fuse, small bang. That means even if you invest on these ideas, the on an average the bang that you can generate is very less. That means you can invest in that technology very quickly, but the returns will be very small, right? So the upper part says short fuse, big bang. That means you can invest, right? You can invest in these technologies, the finance or information and communication technology and media. I know a lot of media people are here. Then professional services, education. So you can invest, and it will generate huge impact in that, right? And the right side, bottom, you have maybe it will take long time to get an impact, and impact will be very less, right? And the top upper side, you have I mean you have to invest, I mean wait for a long time, but it will give you a big bang. That means big results will be coming up from that data. Healthcare actually belongs there, right? This government services belongs there, arts belongs there, real estate belongs there. So we can understand where we have to concentrate if you are venturing on this AI business, especially generative AI business. Now I have some list of things which is happening in India, right? So from the application layer to maybe hardware side like infrastructure, who all are the companies actually trying to contribute or trying to do the business in this domain, right? So maybe I will quickly go through these slides and how the surge actually maybe settled down, and what companies are now thinking about where to invest, right? So maybe you can take your own time and go through it, and where are the companies actually in India, and what are the kind of startups that is there in India is depicted in this picture. This is a survey from NASCOM, right? 2024 survey about generative AI in India, done by NASCOM. So maybe the credit goes to NASCOM, not it's the data is not generated by me. It's a NASCOM data, right? Now you see that infrastructure generative AI startups. So here, one thing we have to understand is, maybe I told you Google started in 1995. From there, they were building a lot of infrastructure, right? Most of the returns from the Google, they invest on building infrastructure, because they know only with infrastructure they can sustain their business. And the kind of infrastructure they have built, I will say nobody can beat them. Even if you start building infrastructure, no way in 50 years down the line you can achieve that and that level infrastructure things. But still, there are a lot of companies maybe collaborating with giants. They come up with a lot of startup like Sarvam.ai, right? Then CoreOver.ai. Lot of companies are there. It's a very interesting kind of stuff they are doing. If you have time, you can go through each of these sites and see what these people are trying to do in India. Okay. And now, especially from government side, what are the things happening? So I will take 5 more minutes, and we will close that. So India initiatives. So we have a mission, right? India government has started a mission where we are taking AI as a strategic thing, and we wanted to build all the required infrastructure, all the kind of applications, all the kind of human training, everything India is aiming, right? So Bharat Gen is a government-funded multi-modal. I was telling you what is multi-modal, large language model initiative for Indian languages. Now they say that let India speak only one language, right? So we have a translation kind of a stuff, you speak in Telugu, I can understand in Malayalam, right? So that way, India tries to speak only one. It's a very interesting kind of stuff. I mean, powered by premier institutes like IITs and all. They have created a lot of data sets, and they train the large language model for Indian languages. And all the states are actually doing a lot of things, and there are priority things for each state. If you are coming from Gujarat, so they are trying to advance AI through centers of excellence. So they are trying to build COEs, right? So they are dedicated to healthcare, agriculture, and sustainable cities. So government is pumping huge amount of data in that. So if you are coming from Maharashtra, they are again AI for agriculture, healthcare, and education. So they are pumping a lot of investment in that area. If you are coming from Tamil Nadu, so they have a mission, artificial intelligence mission, and a 5-year plan is being built, and they are trying to build Tamil Nadu as AI hub, right? So all states are competing each other, but they have varieties of visions to build. Karnataka is leveraging AI to transform education, right? So they have started a co-pilot kind of a stuff which is called Siksha, right? So AI generated platforms, education related platforms, right? Then Andhra Pradesh is doing smart cities. Telangana is giving AI for e-governance. Kerala has a vision for generative AI. A lot of stuff is going on, and you might have seen this Bhashini kind of a stuff where I mean, the translation of languages, right? So our government, India government, is very proud to announce this Bhashini project, and many of the researchers are actually utilizing the data set that is available in under Bhashini. And somebody was asking voice related things, right? It's a voice related, I mean, voice data basically. You speak in one language, the other party hears in another language, understands in another language, right? Now let's see the opportunities that is there around this generative AI business, right? One is model ops. Like I mean, the computer science guys out there might have heard more. I mean, DevOps, right? DevOps. So what is lacking is, see, we are developing a lot of AI models. We train it, right? And we produce some results, and this model can be utilized for this purpose. But industry actually needs a structured approach where we wanted to uh, systematically build this, test this, right? Deploy this, and attract users to use this, right? So that kind of approach is not there. So model ops is a process which helps the organizations to manage and scale the AI and decision models throughout their life cycle, right? Now, you know, software is developed and maintained, right? Software companies are developing things, CI/CD model, right? They do stuff, then update it, then maintain it, right? Again, so there is a cycle of things a company has to do, and the same stuff is not applicable. I mean, people are not taking it seriously to maintain the software AI models in that manner. So when you are investing on model ops, you try to learn what is model ops and try to build a startup which I mean, maintains, right, from the beginning to the end. It maintains the full cycle of this gen AI kind of a projects. Then you have a lot of opportunities. So it helps organizations to scale and govern AI at the enterprise level, not in the lab kind of laboratory level. It helps the organization to ensure the quality of their models and reduce the friction, right? Then helps organization to speed up the time and the time to value, right, for their AI investment. So all these things can be achieved through model ops. So I invite you to just go through this model ops, and if possible, you can try to have a startup which only does model ups, right? Then another stuff is basically generative AI virtual assistants. Basically, all of us are knowing virtual assistants where you ask some questions, it gives an answer for that. Maybe your Alexa, right? Alexa, if you ask something, it gives. So why can't you use these models or this Bashani kind of a data set so that it generates virtual assistants in your own language? So all the people right there, non-technological people, right? Uh, Maybe most of the things works in English only, right? So why can't we develop virtual assistants in our own language, right? And it can be utilized to automate a lot of things. These virtual assistants can automate a lot of things. So you can ask questions, it will answer about, for example, suppose you have a fashion uh, dress business, right? So a lot of customers will come and ask a lot of questions. You can automate it so that the customer will get the right answers that he expects, right? So those things you can do. You can automate documents. I mean, if you wanted to generate some documents after your maybe whole month of business, then it can be automated using this kind of virtual assistance. Only thing you ask, generate the sales report, right? It will generate the sales report, and even if it can give you insights on the sales reports. So there are very few products available on the market, especially for the rural side. If you see, a lot of businesses are there, but it is not automated. It is not supported by virtual assistants, and all this maybe the logos that I have given at the bottom, you can utilize the power of these models to build virtual assistants. So similarly, AI agents. AI agents are something different from the virtual assistants, where it is taking decisions autonomously, right? It takes it learns things from the surroundings or whatever you are doing in the computer, right? It tries to figure out what actually you are doing, right? And then if you allow, it can do the stuff for you. So for example, morning you wake up and turn on your laptop, you wanted to check some bunch of mails coming from your organization. So it can check all the mails and tell the maybe a concise summary of the mail, right? And if somebody wants a reply for that, it can reply by itself, right? It knows the way in which you interact with that customer, or maybe the mail, how you are replying. It knows from the past experience and all. It can generate a kind of a template kind of a stuff, and it can send the mail. Then it goes to the WhatsApp, it checks the WhatsApp messages and tells you what are the important messages, right? So that you can you can utilize your time more productively, right? So this is not a simple stuff you can do, but the future is, maybe most of the companies are trying to do AI agents. So identify some small kind of area where you can utilize this type of AI agents, so that it helps the person to do his business very effectively, right? So I will stop with some of the challenges. Very maybe important challenges. There are a lot of challenges are there, but I just wanted to tell you at least three challenges which we have to have a mind on that. So the challenges are arising from social, then search engines and the generative AI are closely interconnected. So let us see the things. One challenge is the centralization of power. I was telling you the story of Google making the infrastructure, right? So we don't know actually. There is a kind of centralization of power happening, right? So all these platforms, don't think that it will be free for maybe down the lines, right? Some time people will the huge corporates will think, okay, now we stop the access of these models, only If you pay, then only we can give you model, or they will decide basically what kind of data set trained and what kind of results are to be given to our country, what kind of results could be given to the African countries, right? Lot of stuff is there actually. So I mean, this can control the information, the privacy, and the potential for abuse also, right? So centralization of power is very, I mean, scary kind of a thing. So you see that this maybe this is LLM training price, right? So price in US dollars. In the y-axis, you can see that the billions of dollars are required to train the machine, right? So you need huge infrastructure, you need a huge amount of energy for training, right? And it is affecting our earth, etc. But to train a huge monster like ChatGPT 4, it's a huge amount, right? So it can be handled only by tech giants, right? So they are going to marginalize all the smaller firms and concentrating power within a few dominant players, right? So whatever innovations, maybe these people can do the innovation, and maybe without money and all, we are far behind. We might be far behind. Another is basically what we call is algorithms. A lot of algorithms are actually coming up, right? And we call it as echo chambers, right? Echo chambers, I will be just giving you the thing with a diagram. You see, in Facebook or WhatsApp or many other social media things, some political discussions are happening, right? And you can see that there are echo chambers. See, you are not actually reading the whole story and trying to understand and take a neutral stand, right? You what you are doing is whatever news that you are getting, right? And based on that, you believe that this is happening like that, right? And you know, pardon me, no way you are getting a neutral stand. Why this is because the algorithms control what type of data that you have to see. For example, YouTube. If I open my YouTube, I mean log into my YouTube channel, I will get a lot of recommendations, and these recommendations may not be the same recommendation that Shine George is getting, right? So algorithm already learned this kind of stuff. So algorithms are actually trying to create echo chambers, and it blocks the open mind. Okay, so give me 2 more minutes, I will stop. So there is something called bypass effect, where maybe we had lot of gatekeepers and norms, right? And that was sidelined actually. I will give you one example. See, for example, OTT platforms, right? You know the censor board, right? Now, maybe who is going to control the stuff, the media stuff that is coming into your TV at your bedroom, right? So people are not happy with showing no smoking is injurious. There is a statutory warning, right? Now people are asking why you are unnecessarily showing that advertisement. We don't like that, right? So because that much personalized content is actually coming. So who is going to control all these things, right? So this is again going to be a big problem. Even I mean, government has to articulate. Maybe this has happened actually. OTT platforms would collectively reach out to the government to articulate that their view that static smoking warnings on small screens of content that is explicitly being requested by users may not be appropriate. So this kind of requirement may come, right? So the future of AI, as I just told you, I mean multimodal AIs. That means lot of I mean kind of text audio, video, all this kind of stuff is giving us an input, and you are generating something based on that. So this kind of things and interfaces that we are trying to interact. Now we can interact with, for example, Alexa by voice, right? Chat GPT by typing, or even you can give voice. But there are a lot of other kind of interfaces happening. I mean, brain controlled brain interfaces, right? So you think, then the action will happen, right? So there are a lot of various interfaces are coming up, and you are going to interact with the AI using those type of interfaces like AR, VR kind of stuff and all. And then building autonomous agents are future of AI. So I will stop here with a thank you, because my time is running out now, and almost you might have spent 1.5 hours by now, and your brain might have populated with a lot of stuff. So I just wanted to stop here. If you have quick questions, maybe we can I can take it, or you can use my email ID. You can shoot that question to my email ID. I can maybe if I know the answer, I can give you the answer, or my viewpoints on your question I can give. So maybe before closing, I wanted to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to interact with you people, bright people. Even though time is not that much good for a creative discussion, but anyway, I firmly believe that you might have enjoyed the ideas that I put forward. Uh, so with that, so I especially thank Dr. Shine George for including me in this array of speakers. I'm very thankful to UC College, and wish you all the best for the participants for the next sessions. Actually, I created a quiz program. Maybe later I will give it to Shine George so that he can post that quiz, and you can answer those questions just to understand whether this talk was useful to you or not. So that maybe I will give it to Shine. Shine can give it to you
Thank you,
later.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Actually, I just tell to almost 180 people were listening to your talk.
Oh, great.
No. And I think about something like something what we can do with generative AI with the mobility, see,
Yeah. Yeah.
transportation. Yeah, I think
Yes. Yes. Yes.
you are something you did with the Lulu Mall.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Something. Yeah. Can I explain that?
Uh, okay. See, mobility basically, maybe if you have a smart city, for example, right? Smart
Yeah.
city means many of the things are generating data, right? Without data, you cannot make a city smarter, right? So this mobility, basically, how quickly we can reach from one point to another point, right? Now people are using Google, Maps to reach from one point to another point, but most of the people are stuck, right? Today I was traveling from Cochin University to Info Park, Nirmal Park actually, and I was using Uber, but unfortunately before reaching the Nirmal Park, there was, closure of road, which was not detected by the Google, right? That didn't had much information on this road is blocked, and I have to detour, and it took another maybe 15 minutes to reach the normal park. So that was actually not known to even Google Map. We know that Google Map is updating data from the people who are connected to the Google, and it is collecting the real time data, and even it is actually missed, right? So similar way, the parking also, right? Parking before you reach Lulu Mall, you must be able to know whether you will be getting a parking slot or not. Now it is not possible, right? You have to reach there and see the all the red lights blinking because there is no slot, and you are searching for a green light, right? So this if data is there, you can put all the data on the platform, and you can I mean uh, learn a lot of things when there is no I mean rush is very less. When the rush is there, all these patterns you can learn, and you can just tell the user, okay, this is the best time you can visit Lululemon, right? So all this
Yeah,
can be done by AI, right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
there is no doubt
So,
about it.
yeah, my next question is, before the question, I just want to acknowledge my participants that he is my guru and sir, Santosh sir. So I just want to acknowledge that. And my another question is, now the Indian people are getting migrated to other people, other countries,
Okay,
and
okay.
there will be a migration pattern will be reversed to India
Yes,
also.
yes,
So we will be having a huge data there. How
yes, yes.
generative AI can be used for that?
Okay, okay. So you wanted to learn the migration pattern, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Uh, See, basically, this kind of data set is called trajectory data, right?
Okay.
Trajectory in the sense how people are moving from one point to another point. So another point could be in another country, right?
Yeah.
So all these trajectory data, maybe forward trajectory and backward trajectory is,
Yeah.
if it is available, definitely it's a very simple stuff to train a model and
Yeah.
generate in future what kind of trajectory data is being expected, right? So you can
Yeah.
ask the generative model generate a trajectory pattern which will be in 2025, right?
Okay.
So definitely it will be able to it is going to generate that data pattern,
Mm.
and maybe the accuracy depends on how best data you have with you, right? So definitely you can learn this problem, and you can tackle this using the trajectory kind of data.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah,
teacher. I just forward to the cause. They will two or three questions are there.
yeah, yeah. Please, please. I can answer. I'm not in a hurry, even though it is 9:43. No issues. You can read the questions, and
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So there is a question from Srikumar Menon. Can centralization lead to corporates challenging governments?
yeah, that's what we have seen in the history, right? I mean, Germany was ruling the entire world. Britain was ruling it because of centralization of all the powers and all the amenities they have. So same kind of a stuff. Maybe I expect there are. I mean, the other kind of forces which uh, try to say that every model, every data must be openly available. Whatever knowledge that is there, it must be openly available. That kind of stuff is there, but if you look at it the business point of view, right? See, you are entering in a business not to just create models and give it for free, right? You are targeting ROI, return of investment, right? So this machine learning, artificial intelligence business is concentrated on, I mean, corporate giants, right? So it's a challenge basically. Maybe they can rule the entire, I mean, globe in terms of, see, just imagine, I won't say it will happen, but just imagine Google is shutting down its business for one day, right? You can imagine what things are happening, right? All these cars flying, Ubers, those things, right? If they are utilizing the map from the Google, it will be stuck, right? You don't know how to move, right? You are not getting your emails, right? You are not able to use a Gemini or maybe GPT that is developed by Microsoft, right, or Google, right? So maybe they can control. They can control. Definitely, they can control the stuff. Yeah, centralization should not happen anyway. A decentralized kind of a stuff should happen, but people are trying to dominate, right? So India is also dominating in many stuff, but it is not to kill the other countries. Maybe Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. We believe in that kind of a mantra, right? So yeah, centralization is a problem, definitely.
Sir, there is one more question.
Yeah.
Sir, as we discussed generative AI, how is prompt scalability managed with the billions of interactions?
No, prompts. Basically, prompts are again text, right? You are giving maybe prompts. I mean, bunch of text to the model, right? And this model is, I mean, you have a parallel interfaces for this model, right? Like if you are playing YouTube, you are not actually playing the YouTube from the same server, right? It is a content delivery network, basically content delivery network, CDNs, right? We will be interacting with a machine which is very close to us, right? So there is a technology where you wanted to distribute all these services, right? So that people will get the service uh, from the nearby distributed point, right? So same way all these technologies are working. I mean, even Gmail or whatever you are trying to get, it's not coming from a single kind of a server. It is a distributed kind of a network, and you don't know from which I mean which interface, from which server you are accessing that interface. So you are accessing an interface now, may not be the same interface that you are accessing the next time, right? So that way it is distributed. So it can handle huge number of prompts. There is I mean it's a parallel kind of I mean distributed kind of interface they have developed. That's a already solved problem. I mean, I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. On
Okay,
behalf of
then I think
everyone present, yes, sir. So shall we conclude?
yes, I'm done. So the PPT is already been shared with time. Those who are maybe curious about what is the content of that can use that PPT for further learning. I'm open to. I mean, the PPT was developed from materials that is already available on the net. I didn't got time to explicitly acknowledge the each and every images that is there, but maybe it is already acknowledged. I mean, nothing is from my side. Maybe a PowerPoint presentation is required to drive the entire show. That is why I have used, and I mean, you can use it for free. There is no issue.
Sure, sir. Thank you. On behalf of everyone present, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Santosh Kumar Gopalan for delivering an insightful session. Your expertise and engaging presentation shed light on the fascinating advancements and transformative potential of generative AI. The session not only deepened our understanding of the subject, but also inspired us to think critically about its applications and implications in various domains. Thank you once again, sir, for your valuable time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, all participants.
The journey of growth and learning never stops. As we come to the end of today's session, we take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation, enthusiasm, and willingness to learn. We would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to all the speakers who took the time and effort to conduct today's session. Your expertise, insights, and dedication have made this FDP a valuable learning experience for everyone involved. Thanks to Mr. Rajan Bedi and Dr. Santosh Kumar Gopalan. Thanks to all the participants for their active engagement. Thank you once again for your invaluable input.
Yeah, I just one point. Uh, Before closing, maybe the participants were very great participants because continuously they were interacting with me. Usually, driving I mean, screen to screen kind of a session is very tough and boring. But I enjoyed a lot. I enjoyed a lot only because all the participants were trying to interact and asking me questions. So, hats off to all participants. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
For the
So,
participants, please fill the feedback form
can
for
I
both
leave? Can
sessions
I leave,
provided
madam?
in chat box. Yes, sir. You may, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Participants, please, a gentle reminder. Please fill the feedback form for both sessions provided in chat box. The first session's feedback form is once again shared as the response is less. Those who have not filled the feedback form, please fill it. Those who have filled, please ignore. Make sure you fill this as it marks your attendance. Tomorrow, participants, please log in by 5:45 p.m. and the session will start by 6 p.m. Please adhere to the instructions to ensure a smooth and productive FDP experience. Once again, thank you all. Good night.